Okay, we are live. And if you're back there watching, you're watching the 175th Global Star Party with the theme of Echoes of Creation, Messengers of the Dawn, with this special dedication in memory of Dr. Jane Goodall. So let's take it away. Hello everyone, this is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance. I'm here with David Levy, co-host, and also with David Eicher, another co-host of the event, as well as young Nicolina, and she is here too. We're all going to give we're all going to say something and give special presentations, but this is a special time, and we wanted to give a special tribute to Dr. Jane Goodall. So we will move towards a special message that she sent to us literally just weeks before she passed away. So Jane Goodall, worked until she quite literally died, and none of us expected it, because if you knew or had met Jane Goodall, you would have seen that she was someone full of life, full of vigor, and watching her run off a plane in La Palma with 2 suitcases running towards a bus way ahead of everybody else was literally something I did not expect from a 91-year-old woman. So anyhow, let me go ahead and take all of us off the screen right now, and we will move on to Dr. Jane Goodall here.
This is Jane Goodall. Over the years, I've seen the devastation that humans have brought to the planet. But I've also been inspired and given hope by all the wonderful stories of the people who care about their community and the environment. My years that I spent with the chimpanzees in Gombe in Tanzania in the 1960s were the best years of my life. One day, I looked down in horror from an aeroplane and realized that Gombe had become a tiny island of forest surrounded by completely bare hills. More people were living there than the land could support, and they were struggling to survive. I realized if we don't do something to help these people find other ways of living than destroying their environment, we can't even hope to save chimpanzees or forests. And I knew that I had to leave Gombe and try to do something about it. By the late 1980s, I was already traveling around the world about 300 days a year, and I was meeting young people who even back then were concerned and beginning to lose hope about their future. They were angry, they were depressed. Most of them were just apathetic, saying we'd compromised their future and there was nothing they could do about it. Then in 1991, when 12 high school students came to see me telling me all their problems and wanting my help to do something about it, we started our program, Roots and Shoots. This recognizes that the health of animals, people, and the environment is all interconnected, and that every single one of us makes some impact on the planet every single day. So all of us can choose the kind of difference we make, so that when we go to bed at night, we can ask ourselves, did we make the world a little bit better? My second reason for hope is this incredible human intellect. Scientists are also beginning to come up with very ingenious technologies to help us live in greater harmony with the planet. This is just one example, but I've seen machines that absorb carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and safely store it underground. And there are many, many other examples. My third reason for hope is the resilience of nature. I talked about the bare hills around Gombe, but if you fly over Gombe today, you will see that because of our community-led conservation model that we call Takari, the trees are coming back. And with the trees and the plants comes biodiversity. Insects come back, birds come back, and then the animals, the mammals. It's not quite the same, but it's very, very different from those bare hills of the late 1980s, and it's getting better all the time. And then finally, there's the indomitable human spirit. There are people in the world who are tackling problems that are impossible to solve. There are icons like Nelson Mandela, like Martin Luther King, many, many of those icons. And we're surrounded by people who've overcome terrible problems in their lives. But also, every single one of you has an indomitable spirit. So many people don't realize that. They're afraid. They don't let that spirit grow. They don't think, I'm here to make the world a better place every day. They think they don't matter. But they can make the world a better place. This indomitable spirit does raise us up and helps us to live up to who we can and should be. There are so many stories to get inspired by from within the work of the Jane Goodall Institute and our partners across the world, and other organizations too. We also know that your voices and your actions matter, whether or not you're affiliated with JGI. So that's the message I have for you. Learn about all of the great and hopeful projects happening near you or across the world, and add your own story, your own reason for hope for our future. Thank you.
Wow. That was really great. David, what did you think of her?
Well, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I was I never had the honor and privilege of meeting her as you and David did, but I do feel as though I know her because the very first National Geographic magazine I got right after my bar mitzvah in 1961 had a cover story about Jane Goodall, who was then in her, I think, early 20s, and doing her passionate work in Africa as she did for the rest of her life. And it was just wonderful to see her activity and to see the passion that she had. We need
Mm-hmm.
more people with passion. We don't need people to go spend their lives logged in on email and Facebook and LinkedIn and all these other things. I mean, they're fine, but there's more to life than that. There's more to life than the internet. There's not much more to life than going out and looking at the stars. And I would like to echo Van Gogh, who said, "I know nothing about anything, but the sight of the stars makes me dream." And they certainly do for me. And I'd like to let you all know that we have two bright comets in the sky right now. The first one, Comet Lemon, I was able to pick up while comet hunting just a couple of weeks ago with with Minerva, my telescope. Just the night before last, I was able to see Comet Swan. Finally, after weeks and weeks of trying to see that. But now I know why I failed to see it until last night. Now that it's farther from the sun, it's very easy to see. It's an Ophiuchus waiting for you to go outside tonight and say hello to it. The comet is difficult to see in twilight because it is so diffuse. It's huge. And also, as I get into my quotation today, I'd like to say that part of my passion for the night sky is indeed the relationship of the night sky to the Earth. The fact that things from the night sky, asteroids and comets, can collide with the Earth. I never knew that when I was 12 years old. I never knew that I would be standing uh, at um, at El Chichon, at the very edge of the Chicxulub impact crater that was created 66 million years ago, and probably was the root cause of the extinction of 70% of all species of life on the Earth, including all the non-avian dinosaurs. My favorite one, of course, was the Brontosaurus, and now the Arizona version of that, the Sonorosaurus, which is the official dinosaur of Arizona, the state dinosaur. I think we're the only state that has a state dinosaur. And all of them are extinct now, except for one. And I'd like to introduce you to my pet, Sonorosaurus. Here he is. And this is a wonderful dinosaur. Uh, he talks, he's very intelligent, and he is glad that I'm here tonight, and I'm actually going to let him talk to you right now. They're actually cute on the microphone. Anyway, here's my quotation. My quotation is today is the same, the one that I will be giving later this week. There are very few people in the world that I cannot say no to. One of them is Dave Eicher. Another one is Scotty Roberts. I decided that I was not going to go to the star party, to the Enchanted Sky Star Party this weekend until Scott Roberts called and said, "You're going to the Enchanted Sky Star Party in October." And I can't say no to Scotty. And so I'm leaving on Thursday. I will be giving a lecture there on Saturday. And on Friday, I'll be visiting my family in Albuquerque. And when I'm giving my lecture on Saturday, I'm going to quote from this poem. It's by Alfred Lord Tennyson. It was published in 1845, I believe. And the poem is called Ulysses. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks. The long day wanes. The slow moon shines. The deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the bounds of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down, and it may be that we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Thank you, and back to you, Scotty.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. Well, our I think we had a nice start for our 175th Global Star Party, where we completed 5 years of broadcasting on our last event. And, I'm proud to say that we have more co host partners, and one of them is young Nicolina Samayo. She's from Brazil. She was recognized as the world's youngest research astronomer, and her specialty is asteroids. And so, really love having her on, and I'm going to bring you on now.
Hi, good night, Mr. Scott, and everyone.
Thank you for coming on, Nicolina. This is great. I know that you gave a presentation. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the program, but you had to travel like 12 hours by bus to get to where you gave another talk. So was that 12 hours out and 12 hours back, or how long? Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad that you had the energy for doing that, and that I'm really happy to have you on Global Star Party tonight. So thank you very much.
The honor is mine. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So let me move this, and you can share your screen.
Okay. Is everyone seeing?
Yep, looks good.
Thank you. So, good night, guys. My name is Nicole Simeon, and tonight I'm talking about the incredible blue bubbles, a discovery made by Brazilian astronomer Duílio de Mello. To start, I want to introduce a little about myself. My name is Nicole Simeon, also called as Nicolinha, and I was recognized with an asteroid with my name, 292352 Nicolina. I'm the world's youngest astronomer according to the international press, 2 times World Astronomy Child Project GCP Awards 2022 and 2025, and all these items here described. To start, I want to talk about Duílio de Mello. Who Duílio de Mello is? Duílio is a Brazilian astronomer who has collaborated with NASA teams since 1997 and is the discoverer of the supernova SN 1997D and the blue bubbles. She has been studying galaxies over 20 years. She's currently Vice Provost for Global Strategies and a tenured professor of physics at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C., United States. But what are blue bubbles? These are clusters of young stars that were born inside the main galaxies. They lie between interacting galaxies and resemble luminous bubbles in space. Here I put a picture of them so you guys can see what are the blue bubbles. But how were they discovered? Duilia and her team used space telescopes such as Hubble and Galaxy. They observed the galaxies M81 and M82 and saw small, bright blue regions between them. These devices capture ultraviolet light, which allows for better observation in this context. It can be seen that these two galaxies are interacting, exchanging gas and energy. Between them lies a gas bridge where the blue bubbles were born. Right here. But what's inside them? Inside them are young, very hot stars that are millions of years old, which is why they are blue. These stars were born from gas that escaped from galaxies during collisions. They emit a lot of ultraviolet light, and the hotter the star, the bluer it appears. But how do scientists study? They use spectroscopy to determine what gas is made of and how old the stars are. They also analyze their colors and brightness with powerful telescopes. Astronomical spectroscopy is the study of light from celestial objects, such as stars and galaxies, to analyze their spectrum and obtain information about their properties. But that's a topic for another presentation. What are we still discovering? Will these bubbles become small galaxies or disappear? Scientists are still watching and searching for answers. Some curiosities. Distance. The blue bubbles are millions of light years from Earth. They show that the universe is more creative than we imagine. Duilio was one of the first scientists to study this type of formation outside of galaxies. This was my presentation. Thank you guys very much. Here, put my social media if you want to follow me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Nicolina, that's wonderful. This is the second time she's given a talk on, not the second time, third time she's given a talk on Global Star Party, second time in English. And so, I marvel at the fact that you learn English so quickly and you speak it so well. And so it's really a pleasure. And I think you told me on the last Global Star Party that you learned English so that you could give a presentation in English on Global Star Party,
Yes.
which is wonderful. So I think it's fantastic. Now, do you have more presentations? I think you have more presentations to give in the near future. Is that right, or is that it will be a little while?
Not today, but in the near future, yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, that's fantastic. And I'm looking forward to having you on the next one. So take care, and we will go to our next speaker. Let's see who that is. That would be David Eicher. Do you know David Eicher, Nicolina? Yes.
Yes,
You want
I
to
do.
introduce him?
What?
You can introduce David Eicher as the next speaker. How's that?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, how can I? Can you help me just a little bit?
Okay, I will. David Eicher is the editor in chief emeritus of Astronomy magazine, and he certainly knows who you are. Okay, so.
I'm not sure that this is fair, Scott, to have to follow Nicolina. She's terrific.
She
That
is
was
terrific,
great,
isn't she?
Nicolina.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm really impressed.
Yeah. Well, I love all the imagery she has in the background. She's got real photographs of asteroids. She's got, I think maybe her favorite magazine cover there, and the beautiful deep sky objects, planets.
And talking about really interesting things going on, interesting discovery there. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
terrific.
I also want to say, Nicolina, that we have had other young people present on Global Star Party. Your presentation is accurate, and very professional. And so I'm very impressed. And David has seen more people give lectures than I have, but I think she's right up there. So,
She's great.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
I hope that you'll be back on the next Global Star Party and that you won't have to take a bus ride for 24 hours beforehand. Next time.
Did you sleep on the bus, or did you stay awake the entire time?
I sleep.
You slept.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Okay, Nicolina, thank you, and have a good night. Okay, you're welcome to stick with us as long as you can, but I know that you're tired, so take care and thanks.
Bye.
Bye bye. Well, Mr. Eicher, it's all yours.
Well, thank you, sir. And I only had a couple of fairly brief things to mention tonight. I'll get back to talking about some more deep sky objects in the future. But there's
Okay.
that's really interesting that I thought you and everyone might want to know about that is sort of forming in New Mexico. And they're going to have an event on Saturday, the 15th of November. And so you may want to know about this. If you're in the area, you're certainly welcome to come and participate. What they're doing is having a big observing session. And down in southwestern New Mexico, that is a really dark sky. I was down there a few weeks ago again, and that's a tremendously dark sky down there, even compared to southeast of Tucson, the typical skies. Which is good. Really dark skies are, increasingly harder to come by these days, unfortunately.
Yes.
So Saturday, the 15th of November, they're going to have a big observing session down there. And the group is called Mars, New Mexico, the Off-World Experience. Figured I'd talk about that just for a moment here. You can find them and find out about the event on their Facebook page. Mars, New Mexico, the Off-World Experience. And what they're going to do on the 15th of November is to initiate and inaugurate a 30-inch telescope. It's going to have Lockwood optics. They're calling it the Lockwood Monster. That's a big telescope in any situation. And to look at deep sky objects with a 30-inch scope in a really dark sky is really kind of life-changing for people like me, at least. So that's going to be pretty cool. They also have rebuilt and refurbished two telescopes of Clyde Tombaugh. So Clyde 16 and 18-inch telescopes are down there as well. And they have planned, of course, Clyde was the discoverer of Pluto and a friend of ours back in the days when we were younger. And so it's really inspiring and nice to observe with Clyde's mirrors, which are really good mirrors, and that they've been rehabbed into Dobsonians now. So this will be a fun observing experience to get down there and participate in. Again, you can find out about this group and about the event, Mars, New Mexico, the Off-World Experience on Facebook. They're just getting going. And they have some plans. They're one of the people involved with this group, aside from a lot of astronomy enthusiasts, is Pam Price. And she's a very, very skilled creator of things. And so she's helping to set up some really cool stuff that I won't even get into now. I'll talk about it later because they're just starting with this stuff, but it's going to be quite something. There's not going to be anything else like it. She's the woman behind the engineering of the Wizarding World of Harry Potter at Universal Studios in Florida.
Oh, wow.
So she's used to doing big things, and there are going to be some big things happening down in this site, which is near Animas, New Mexico. So check it out on Facebook. First Light at Mars, New Mexico, the Lockwood Monster is the event November 15th. And there will be events there that you can participate in the future, either by going there physically or by being online and being involved with them. And I'll talk about some of those later on. But this is a group that you should know about. As a lot of science is contracting, this is a group that's growing rapidly now, and they're going to do some exciting things for astronomy enthusiasts in the coming weeks and months. So just to mention that event. And I also thought I would do a show and tell because after about 10 years now, I finally found one of my mental illnesses, Scott, is collecting things. And so,
Yes.
it gives you something to do, if nothing else, So after about 10 years, I finally found an item here, which I thought I would share with the group, because it's really hard to find this guy as something that he had and owned and signed and so on. And that is Charles Messier. Most of his papers and books and others are in the Paris Observatory, where, of course, he spent most of his career. But back in the day, a contemporary of Galileo's in France was the very famous astronomer Pierre Gassendi, who did a lot of important things. And that's why they, among other things, they named a lunar crater after him. But he was the first person to observe a transit. It happened to be Mercury across the face of the sun. He did a lot of calculations about the rotational velocity of Earth, the speed of sound. This was in the 16th century, largely. And a lot of he was in this era, a contemporary of Galileo's, as modern astronomy as we know it was really getting going, frankly, for the first time. He was what you call one of these, guys who had his hands in everything, science as it was at the time, but also philosophy. He did a lot of writing about philosophy. So he was really a philosopher of science as well. And there's a collected set of his books that I have, just one of a number of volumes I pulled out to show you. But this is a volume from Gassendi's collected works, and this is Messier's copy. This was published, this version of the abridgment of the philosophy of Gassendi is the name in France. And this is in volume 4, which of the multi-volume set deals with a lot of astronomy. So this is the volume that Messier signed and put his famous circular bookplate into. So,
wow.
which is something, because most of Messier's stuff is in institutional collections. So this was published in 1684 in Lyon, France, and it was blind stamped by. It was originally owned by a French nobleman. I won't go into all of that unless you desperately want to know, who blind stamped the book and also had his bookplate and so on in it. But I can show you here that this is the. I hope you can see that more or less.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll
Yes.
zoom in on the famous circular bookplate of Messier is here with his
Oh, wow.
monogram, and then the signature Messier. He had enough of an ego that he signed his surname, and that was all he signed. And he signed here the date of 1756. So this was when Messier was really getting going. He acquired this set and doing a lot of his early observations relatively early in his life, when he was 26 years old, and before, of course, the publications of what became the Messier catalog. And so this is something where he, of course, admired and adored Gassendi as the great French philosopher of the previous century, and had this set of books, and it was a happy thing to get your paws on something that was Messier's and was very meaningful to him. So I thought I would share that with the group.
That's very cool.
Come and hang out in Tucson. You can get your mitts on this and have fun with it and read it and so on. But it's here in the Eicher Library now, as it were.
Well, I'll definitely have to come down and check out the Eicher Library. Is it are there books you can just check out and take home? Is that?
If I go home with you, maybe you can. No, probably not. Yeah. But you can play with them and enjoy them and have fun with them. And I'll make dinner here if you come and visit.
Set my wine glass. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's right. If you have too much
No,
dinner,
okay.
I do have a guest room, but eventually you have to leave. Okay. No offense. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's great, David. So, wow. I mean, what a wonderful. I mean, just think you have something like that you can hold in your hands and check out like that. So, I always marvel at these kinds of things because, 400 years ago seems like a long time ago. It's not really, but it's. I think all of us that go to historic places and see historic things like that, especially us in astronomy, we just marvel at it, and it puts us in a state of awe, So later on in our program here, Austin Edminster will be talking about the Alliance of Historic Observatories. He works in a place that's very historic as well, so the Detroit Observatory. So that's very, very cool. But David, thank you so much for your presentation, and we'll be back. Now, is there any news about the next Starmus? Do we know anything about that?
The last I heard, and this can change, God bless Garrick, but this can change, with the wind direction. But I believe, and I actually emailed him earlier today, and Jane, by the way, was on our board briefly, so it was very, very sad to lose her. She was, at her age, funny too, she loved being funny, which I didn't see coming.
Yeah, she had a great sense of humor.
She was something else. I mean, really a genius. But the conventional wisdom is that there will be a Starmus late next spring, again, a somewhat smaller scale
Okay.
Starmus in La Palma once again.
Okay, once
But
again.
we
Okay.
need hard confirmation on that, but I think that's
Okay.
pretty likely at this point.
Well, yeah, if wherever it is, I mean, we're going to be highly recommending that you go and check it out because you'll meet people and hear things and see things that will affect your life. So,
We will have a
Yeah.
lot of astronauts, a lot of Nobel Prize winners, a lot of rock and roll. Scott Roberts,
Yes.
he'll be there too. We wouldn't do it
I'll
without
be there.
you, so we got to have you there and having a good time. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So, all right, thanks, David. Thank you so much. And now we're going to bring on John Goss from the Astronomical League. John is the guy that puts together all the illustrations for the league. He's done a number of different things. He's been president of the league a couple of times. He's a guy that definitely loves the organization, and they love him back. So, John,
Okay.
how have you been?
Yeah, I've been fine. I haven't seen you in a while, and it's good.
It
to
has
see
been a
you.
while.
Good to
Yeah.
see you so vigorous, and
Yeah, thank
staying
you.
with us and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
For those of you who don't know, I had an appendicitis ordeal and emergency surgery and all the rest of it. So it's kind of exciting being rolled upstairs, and I kept talking until all the lights went out, and then
Oh, no.
next
This-
thing I
this is
know,
great. This is
I'm in
great.
another room. Poof! It's like. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm feeling better and getting stronger. I feel kind of like normal, whatever that means. Okay, and yeah. So, but thanks for coming on to the Global Star
Oh,
Party.
you're
John.
welcome. I'd like to, before I start, I'd like to say a few things to Dave Eicher on how
Sure.
he makes me feel jealous having that Messier document and others
yeah,
in his
yeah.
collection. That is
I mean,
pretty cool.
something that Charles Mercier thumbed through and
Oh
signed
yeah,
and put his
yeah.
plate. Yeah.
But that leads me into wanting to promote astrotourism.
Ah,
A number of years ago, Genevieve, my wife, and I went to France, and we happened, not really planning on it, but we happened to drive through Badonviller, which is where Messier was born. And
oh,
there's a little plaque on his house, saying famous astronomer Charles Messier born here. And not much really. I think, oh yeah, that old house looks cool. But if you walk around the corner, you'll go to the cemetery. Now, if you want to see something about old towns, you always go to the cemetery. And
sure.
you see that cemetery is packed with people named Messier. And on the tombstones and on the walls of the cemetery are shrapnel marks from, I think it was World War I. And how,
Jeez.
the battles went back and forth, back and forth. So there's a lot of damage there. And at least at that time, they didn't really have it picked up too much. So I thought that added to the authenticity of it. But I think that is
Yeah, for
cool
sure.
part of astrotourism. You jump into something like that, and you'll get something a little bit extra than what you read about or what you see on programs like this. So
Yes. Yes.
pretty cool.
Well, great.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to talk
Yes,
about
sir.
something. I'm going to talk about something. And I'm going to set this up. I'm going to talk about
Okay.
something that is so controversial that I'm afraid of
Uh-oh.
even bringing it up.
Where's that drum roll? Yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
So,
So controversial. So let's go to my screen share and all that.
okay.
No, let's don't. Let's go back to you. I got to find how to do this. It's been so long. Share. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Good.
All good.
First of all, I always have to give a plug for Alcon, which is the Astronomical League's annual convention. Annual convention every year. Annual convention, and this coming year it'll be hosted by the Cincinnati Astronomical Society, which I got to be careful here because if I say it wrong, I'm going to get yelled at by somebody. But I think that they are the oldest amateur astronomy astronomical society in the United States. Okay. But they're holding it in August 12th to the 15th at the Cincinnati Marriott. at River Center,
Hmm.
which is sort of a misnomer because that's really in Covington, Kentucky, right across the river, as you can see from the picture there, from the drawing, that actually it's easy to get to downtown Cincinnati because you are literally right across the river, and there is a bridge you can walk to get over there to see it. But anyway, this will be in August, and for those of you who have been to Alcons, you'll know that they're packed with things to do, lots of different talks on many different subjects of astronomy. Characters like Scott Roberts generally show up, but it's still a good convention, even if he's there.
In spite of that.
In spite of that, it's a good convention. Since it's, well, we're October now, they're still planning it, so I really can't tell you anything about the talks because I don't know myself. But I'm looking forward to it. So keep that in mind, please. Next is our Astronomically Live series, which is we're helped out in doing this by Scott Roberts, and our next one is in November, and the following one is in December. So please tune in for that. We'll have Alan Dyer next month, and about 1 month from now, and a few weeks after that, Jericho Kuehl, who won one of the awards at this past year's AstroCon at Bryce Canyon. So you get to see his performance on what's going on as far as the young side of things go. Excuse me. Okay. Here it is. Are you ready? It's coming.
I'm ready.
It's coming. Gee, I can't remember what my next slide is. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. I want some comments here by you guys, because I think everyone has an opinion as soon as I tell you what it is. Comments from a few members of the Astronomical League. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, 20 times. I couldn't fit them all on there. So this guy doesn't like it. Another guy said it's barbaric, antiquated beyond belief. Oh, okay, yeah. Somebody else, a chemist, said, I'd assume clean my Dobbs mirror with aqua regia, which, if you don't know what that is, it's a solution of hydrochloric and nitric acid, dissolves gold and everything else. But no,
Geez.
on reflection, scratch that. So, okay. And this last one, I said it. As I've grown older, I've become to like it less and less. But you have 19 days left, and I want to hear some of your thoughts on this. Daylight savings time.
Savings time. Yeah, I don't like it either.
Does anybody here like it? I mean, I haven't met anyone that does. I've only met complainers about it, and I can understand why, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But am I going to offend anybody if I say I don't like it either? Okay.
You might.
Okay. I thought you people would be pounding your fists going, yeah, who thought of this? Let's get them up there. Because, in another 19 days, we switch back to standard time. So it's not really, well, I would talk about the scourge of daylight saving, but it's also the switchover, which is a big issue. The general public talks about it. And what do they say? I'll just try to summarize this briefly. Number one, they don't like that sudden 1 hour time shift because it throws off your whole daily rhythm of life. You don't know when to get up. You don't know when to go to bed. It feels like you should have lunch, but actually you're having a late breakfast. It messes things up. And that actually goes on for a few days. For me, it lasts a week or so before I actually switch over to the correct time. Another one is it interferes with important activities. People don't like having their kids standing out waiting for the school bus when it's dark outside. People don't like going to work when it's pitch black outside. That can happen with daylight savings time. It can happen with standard time too. But the number of days between the beginning of daylight savings time and the vernal equinox and the end of daylight savings time, or the autumnal equinox and the end of daylight savings time is different. So again, that messes you up. Makes you wonder how they chose the days in there. And unfortunately, you've probably heard this statistic, it's the most dangerous day for driving, at least the day after the time change. And it's also, unfortunately, a bad time to be a pedestrian, because I think there are the most fatalities for pedestrians on that day, on those 2 days as well. But I'm not going to be gloom and doom about this. Amateur astronomers. Now, this is what we all really care about, amateur astronomy. We have the extra late sunsets in the summer or around the June solstice. That really messes up evening observing. It shortens it for all of us. Not just the sunsets, but the lengthy twilight hours messes it up. And for those who like doing outreach, of course, it messes that up too, because you can't have people out there actually looking in a dark sky at some really cool objects. Yes, you can have people looking at the moon and the planets and a few of the brighter objects, but there are a lot of things in the early summer sky you'd like to show people. A ton of messy objects in Sagittarius and Scorpius and Ophiuchus, but you can't really show them to their full grandeur because of the lengthy twilight. Okay, very basic map here. Excuse me, very basic map about daylight savings time. You know, the Earth rotates every 24 hours, 360 degrees. That all breaks down to every hour of rotation spans about 15 degrees in the sky, which is the width of a time zone, which is what this all comes about, time zones. United States, we have what, four of them, or we have four of them right here. I'm not going to talk about Alaska because I don't know about Alaska with what they're doing. I think they have daylight savings time, and it makes me wonder why, but I'm not going to go into that. You know, Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific. Okay. It'd be nice if the time zones were exactly 15 degrees wide, with the center line of that time zone going, falling on that 15-degree increment from Greenwich, which is 0 degrees. But it doesn't quite work like that. It kind of does, but not exactly. Now let's pick apart this map and I'll show you what some of it's all about. I start out with Denver, Indianapolis, and Philadelphia. I also had Kansas City on here too, but it's fills up the map too much if I put too many cities. They all lie at about 40 degrees north, which means they all have about the same amount of daylight hours at any time of year. They won't, their sunrise and sunset times will be different, but the same amount of daylight hours, excuse me. Denver and Philadelphia are also happen to be on the intersection of one of those 15-degree increments and 40 degrees north. So their times are going to be exact. Sunrise and sunset are going to be the same no matter what time of year it is. The number of daylight hours is going to be the same between the two cities, whether it's in the summer. The summer in Denver will have the same number of hours as far as the summer in Philadelphia, and the winter as well, likewise. Another trend of this is that if you go from south to north on the June solstice, you'll see earlier sunrises and later sunsets. Okay, good. Well, it makes sense because you have longer days then. But just the opposite at the December solstice on about the 21st, going from south to north, you'll have shorter days. You'll have later sunrises and earlier sunsets. And that poses a real problem, which we're going to get to right about now. I like picking on Seattle and Miami. I used to live in Seattle, so I'm well aware of this. And that was in my much younger days. I kind of like the late sunsets. But this is the hours I have printed on here are standard time. So in Seattle on June 21st, the sun sets at 7:55 standard. Well, 8:55, almost 9. I mean sunrise. Sorry, I really messed that up. In Seattle on December 21st, the sun rises at 7:55 standard. But if it was daylight saving time, it would be 8:55. You can read the chart here, so I'm not going to read them all off. But it just shows you that there is a difference between the daylight hours between a very northerly city and a very southerly city. So you have Seattle, its hours in the summer are 16 for daylight. Miami is quite a bit less. So it works out. That's kind of why things are the way they are. This is how things stands now, and how it works. You do have that jump in early March and in early November, which we're coming up to November's date, in which we fall back to standard time. So we're going to be losing an hour, and that's going to mess things up for us. But you know, there is an effort. There has been an effort for a number of years to try to have daylight saving time year round. Just forget about the old standard time. Keep that clock ahead all the time. Winter, summer, whatever. It's always going to be. Well, it hasn't passed yet, but you know, the people upstairs, the higher ups in government are talking about it. So you're going to hear about this again, but it's not there yet. So what does this mean? If we had continuous daylight saving time, well, in the summer, we already have it. But in the winter, like in December, if you live in Seattle, instead of the sun rising at 7:55, it now would be now rising at 8:55. I don't have this written down, but in Indianapolis, it would be 8:05. The sun rises at 8:05, but if it was daylight saving, it would be 9:05. Can you imagine 9:05 in the morning and the sun rising? Well, that's the way it's going to be if daylight saving is the whole year round. Oh, that's right. I got this chart right there which shows it. But so it will affect us all if that happens. Another thing, which is one big problem with daylight saving time in the summer, is that twilight lasts for so long. The sun doesn't dip as far below the northern horizon as it does in the winter. So it takes quite a bit longer for it to do so, for it to drop below the 18-degree line, which marks the end of twilight and the beginning of true night. So for Seattle, it'd be after 11 before twilight officially ends. And I think it might even be a little later than that. For Miami, which is that orange line there, it doesn't make all that much difference. It doesn't hurt much for them. So this is something I just said, but you can see it here in print. Again, it's going to be a real hassle, especially in the winter with daylight savings time. If it continues all the way through December and into January, the dark days of January and all that. The outreach. So, we like showing people stuff in the sky, and the summer's a great time to do it, except for the late sunsets and the late twilights. So the farther north you are, the sooner or the longer the twilight lasts. So you're less inclined for outreach. That's another reason why these amateurs, really don't like daylight saving time. So here we are back again. Hate it, hate it, hate it. It's barbaric. You got your aquagia, and you've grown older. You like it less and less. I still am going to ask again, does anybody here like daylight savings time? And then here, David Levy's in Arizona, and they don't have it at all. It's always standard time there.
It was unpopular there.
Yeah. But we'll see about it. I don't particularly like it either. It's a hassle. And as I said, it really affects me in another 19 days, having to adjust that extra time zone. For some reason, I have a lot easier time adjusting if I hop in a plane and fly to the West Coast. That time difference, for some reason, I can adjust to, but if I'm at home, I really can't. Okay, well, that's what I got on this. Unless you have any questions, I was hoping someone would be pounding their fists on the table, but nobody is. Nobody is. You're all on my side. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, we'll stop that. And okay, there we go. Back again.
Yeah.
Try to be
even all that havoc that can be raised by just an hour difference,
Well, I hate to admit this, but I missed a job interview because of that.
Oh, really? That's why you hate it.
No, that's why I like it. As it turns out, I don't think I wanted the job.
And you blamed it on daylight savings time.
Oh, yeah. And the interviewer said, I don't know about this guy.
That's right. Well, I admit that I like, when the time change happens where I can sleep in more, then, you get like a little bit of a break, but then there's that abrupt, reversal of all of that. So
it catches up to you.
Does catch up. That's right. I think I'd rather just be on UTC. Just make all time universal time.
That would freak people out with UTC. Oh, geez, 24-hour clock.
The 24-hour clock, whatever it is, that's it. So, you just have to adjust yourself. Anyways, John, thanks for coming on. Thanks for telling us about the Astronomical League Convention. Yeah. If you guys, anybody out there watching is not a member of the Astronomical League, you should join. join up with the club that's already a club that's aligned with the Astronomical League. And if you're out there by yourself, join anyways, because you can become a member at large. So, and they have. Go ahead.
I would suggest being a member at large, but with today, with the Zoom sessions and all this, you could join a club just about any part of the country. I live in Virginia. If I
That's
wanted
true.
to join a club in California, I could probably find one that would have me, and then I'd be a member of the Astronomical League if I wasn't
Sure.
already, which I am. But anyway, yeah, it's a good organization. There's a lot. It helps with promoting amateur astronomy, and you gotta check it out.
Is there any state in the United States that doesn't have a astronomical league club?
I don't know.
We'll have to find
There's some
out.
states are pretty spread out, and um, I really don't know. I can't answer that. Sorry. I should know that, but I don't.
I'm going to take pride in having stumped John Goss, which is hard to do.
Bad guy, bad Scott, bad Scott.
Bad. All right, John, thank you so much.
Sure, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks to the Astronomical League for being on all of these programs. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Okay. All right, so our next speaker is Maxi Falaris. And Maxi hasn't been on Global Star Party for a while. When he first came on years ago, he taught us that you could make really great astrophotographs with the simplest of equipment. He tore apart a cell phone. He took the lens off, so it just had the bare sensor on it, and he used a 4.5 inch, as I recall, is a 4.5 inch Newtonian, and he made these amazing deep sky images with it. And so now I know he has better equipment now, but that early start was really, really impressive, and he continues to push the envelope. That's kind of what he loves to do. And so, Maxi, thanks for coming on and taking astrophotography to the max again.
Well, thank you, Scott, for inviting me again, and I'm glad to be back. I'm glad that you are okay.
Yeah.
I heard
Thank you.
I saw the email that you sent us of your surgery, and I'm really glad that you're okay, and this is in the past right now.
Thank
And
you.
and of course, I started with the the cell phone that we have everyone in our pockets,
Everybody has?
and
Yeah.
and you know it was a cell phone very old from 2040, the Samsung S4 Mini,
Oh, geez. Wow.
and I started to do it with planetary captures without the lenses. I started with the digiscoping that we call it in that time.
Uh-huh.
So I removed the lenses because it was an old cell phone, but I used the telescope like a lens. So it gave me very good zoom for the moon, the planets, and of course the sun with the filter. But then I want to be more and more beyond. I had another cell phone that could help me to do some exposures time, because I want to capture deep sky objects. I use software or apps that they are free in the marketplace. Deep sky camera is one of those, and it helps you to use the maximum of your cell phone to start to doing that. And then of course it's like rolling something, because uh, I started with what I was always wanted to do astrophotography, see what was with that, and then keeps me doing step by step, years after years, friends, COVID, everything, and you still learning. even all of these years that I was uh, uh, searching for this knowledge, and of course I'm still in finding my path to the astrophotography. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Still continuing practicing with different exposures or equipments or the post processing, different doing different post processing things. So I want to show you right now what I've been doing I think I was here in March of this year, the last one, the last time that I've been here. But I was doing some astrophoto from the southern hemisphere. I'm from Argentina, and we had very good seasons in the winter because we had the central galaxy of the Milky Way above of my head, so I can capture for too many hours different objects like I have in my background right now. This is the M8 Lagoon Nebula, but I'm going to show you the different objects that I was particularly uh, how can I say it? Of course I want to capture everything. When you are an astrophotographer, you want to, oh my God, this is an amazing place to capture. Okay, let's go. Now
Right.
you have to uh, give a plan, see or simulate the field of view that we have with your equipment, the exposure that you have to make, the pictures that you have to take, the pictures that you have to remove that because you have maybe a light, maybe because you have clouds, everything, and you have and of course the altitude of the objects depends of the area where you are. So uh, all those kind of things makes you to give you more details or less details in the post-processing pictures. So what I'm going to show you, there are some objects of Messier that I was talking more earlier, David Eicher, the most famous objects. Let me share. Uh, uh, okay. Okay, do you see it? This
Yeah.
background? Okay.
Yes.
A couple days ago, I changed it for this M8 picture. The background. You remember it was the sunlight, the sun
It's an
eclipse.
eclipse. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
but I changed it. I think a week ago, of 5 years of that moment. So let me show you. I was uh, this picture of the Sombrero Galaxy. You can let me zoom
Beautiful
in.
shot. Yeah.
And when I started to investigate, or when I was a more younger, uh, in Google Earth, you can see the sky. You have like a sky atlas. And, I didn't know anything about the sky or some objects, but for the Hubble Deep Space Telescope pictures, when I saw this galaxy, it was, oh my God, I had to capture someday. And I did at that time a conversation, of course, in us it doesn't the same, but anyway, I could have all these details on the clouds in the center, and of course the core. It was amazing to me too because these are millions light years ago, and of course there are a lot of galaxies in the background beyond. And this place is amazing to capture. So this is M104, Messier 104. Then I did this one. particularly, I give this very good time. I have almost 10 hours of stacking images. This is the M83, the Southern Pinwheel Galaxy, and I wanted to capture the arms and the colors of the hydrogen alpha in the arms of this galaxy, because it's like we are now in the Milky Way. It's pretty similar, but seeing above it. Well, there's no above or down in the sky or in space, but anyway, to capture this galaxy is really comfortable because all the details that you have in the clouds, and I hope that you like it, like I enjoy it to capture it.
It's
Um,
beautiful.
yeah,
Wow.
it's a very good one here in the southern hemisphere to capture. Of course, we had also the sculpture galaxy, but this year I I didn't capture it. I went to another objects, and now it's passing by from the midnight. So for the astrophotography, you have to capture more and more and more nights. So like I do, I like to capture galaxies, and this is another one, the Centaurus A galaxy in the southern hemisphere. This is a lenticular galaxy that we see it like in the size of the galaxy. So when I zoom it, you can see the core and the clouds, but also the lining behind of
Oh,
this place.
I love looking at this thing.
Yeah,
Visually through a telescope also, it's amazing to look at.
exactly.
So
If you have it, the chance to come to the southern hemisphere and in the winter, of course, or maybe the autumn, or the fall, like you call it, the fall season in the southern hemisphere, of course, you will able to see this object very near of the Omega Centauri globular cluster. This is a very good place to capture to see it with a Dobsonian 8 inches or maybe less, and you will be able to watch it. Of course, you have to have dark skies. And in Argentina, we have some places to do it. So anyway, this is a very good galaxy. I really love it when I capture it, and of course,
it's a great
the
image.
the thin clouds they are surrounded this area. They're blowing my mind. You know, you're capturing gas and dust from another galaxy. This is amazing. It's amazing, and of course, in the past, you know. Um, the another object that I went of the coming back to the Messier objects was the M20, the Trifid Nebula, and this is the one-on-one. Yeah, and let me expand this window. Okay, there we go. And of course, I really like the colors and the shapes of the clouds, the contrast of the shadows, the lights. This is really, really beautiful. Uh, you have a lot of hydrogen alpha, oxygen-free areas, and of course you have illuminated gas, but without ionized particulars. So this is a very good place also to capture and of course to watch it. And we have in our Milky Way. Near,
Beautiful.
near of this place, we have the M8, the Lagoon Nebula. This is a really zoom area because the field of view that I have with my 8 inches and the 585 MC Pro camera gives me this very beautiful field of view. And when I zoom in, you can see there are a lot of dust and gas surrounding this area, and also in the background, like thin gas, and also these places illuminated by the light of the united electrons of hydrogen alpha, but also from these stars, you know, uh, they're amazing. And of course,
Just so many star forming
Mhm.
regions
They,
there. You could study this. If you did nothing in astronomy but studied this,
yeah,
you
the
could
block
learn so much about star formation, and it's a universe all to itself.
the block nebulas, I think it was called. And
Yes.
yeah, the new star formation. And
Oh, the dark nebula, but also to the way the stars kind of light up different
Mhm.
sides of that dark nebula. It really looks three-dimensional.
Yeah, because they are very dense, or they are more or more nearby us than the light of this nebula. But it gives you all this contrast that I said before, all these shapes that I really love to capture. And and of course the stars, they are in the background also, that they are illuminated in beyond from this place. So if anyone wants to see these pictures in more details, you can find me on Instagram, astromax. Okay, you can find me there, or text me if you want. And I want to say, if you want, I would like to send you these pictures. So if you want it, I don't have any problem. So
That's
the
great.
another
That's
the, ano- the another object of Messier, it was the Eagle Nebula. Again, more zoomed, and you can see the hand of God in the forming stars, from
oh
the
yeah, the pillars of creation,
the pillars of
right there.
creation. Yeah, no, the hand of God, the pillars of creation. Sorry. Yeah, and a lot of details that, with an amateur telescope, and of course, even if you have a cell phone, you can capture this. Of course, depends of the sky, depends of the how much you have the information that you receive, a lot of things. But if you want to start to doing some astrophotography, to see, oh my God, you remember this. 100 years ago, you have to use a very particular camera, uh, using a very
Sure.
good telescope, moving manually, and now you have all automatized. So if you don't do it, it's because you don't care about it. That's
Right.
that's it. So if you have the chance, of course, you have to invest some money, but maybe sometimes not too much, and that will give you a really good jump to do it, very in a cheaper way. So I hope that, like I say, you enjoy these pictures like I do. Um, so the another object that I did, it was this place without special features, only the UV air cut filter. That's all. And this is
Mm-hmm.
um sorry, the eye of God. It's like, or the new season of Cosmos. They use this place to capture. This is in Aquarius. This is a planetary nebula, because you can see the dwarf star
All
here,
right.
and this star is ionizing the gas surround this area, and that's why you have all this colorized red, because it's hydrogen alpha almost, but you have sulfur, oxygen, and of course you have galaxies in the background, for example here, or galaxy clusters. They are beyond. of this place, and this is nature. This is there out there.
Yes.
Uh, and of course, we had some visitors the last couple of months. For example, I did this picture of stacking of concentrate your eyes on this point, and you can see star trails because I stuck it only in this place. This is my first time that I capture an interstellar object. This is the 3-eye atlas.
Oh, goodness. Wow.
So it was really, really thin when I captured it. Now I think
Yes.
it's
You can
more
see the
glow.
tail. Yes.
Yes, it's like there, and it's before that it starts to glowing up a little more, but uh, you know this is amazing. It's something that is not from our solar system, and now it's passing through it, and then it's continuous, who knows where.
Right.
So also the another object that I captured, I went to Salt Lake here in San Luis, nearby my city. It's a desert area, to capture at that time it was called Swan 25b, this comet, passing through Spica star and Mars, and you can see a very long tail because this was painted by Swan system,
Oh,
and
it's a
then
long tail. Yes.
and and then now is coming up more higher in the altitude from the horizon, and now is nearby, I think, Scorpius. So I 2 days ago or 2 nights ago I captured it, but with 8 inches f6, and
Big
very,
difference.
and you can see the core here, the coma, and
Hmm.
a thin, very thin tail, that because now is going more beyond the sun, so it doesn't have too much like a month ago, like this. So
Wow.
so it's very,
Right.
very, it's still brighting. You can see it through a telescope. I saw it uh, a week ago with Lawsonia, and I could see the core almost and the coma, but not the tail. And the last one thing that I did, also 2 nights ago, it was capturing our
All right.
Lord of the Rings with,
Hmm.
there's a more glowing there, Ria moon passing through. So it was, I didn't have very good weather to doing this. You have to see the jet streams, the altitude, the humidity, a lot of things to do planetary captures. But I give it a chance. So I'm glad that I captured it, because a year ago I think that I was the last time that I captured it, Saturn. So well, um, for me, now, I hope that you liked my presentation. If you want to text me or ask me something, I will glad to answer you or help you. You know, I started with nothing, but in all these years, I knew a lot of people that helped me a lot, and it still helps me, and that's why I like to help the
You like to
the
give back.
others.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give what I receive.
That's right. That's awesome.
So thank you,
I
Scott.
have some questions. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. Tarek is watching from the UAE, and he had a question. He wanted to know if people from the southern hemisphere could view or image all of the Messier catalog. Are there some objects you can't get to?
Yeah, I think we have between in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere some at the Ecuador,
Yeah.
more precisely object. Messier couldn't see some object from here, for example, Santa Rosa, I think. So he didn't catalog that, but yes, the M83. But
Hmm.
it happens to me to see some galaxies that are in the northern hemisphere that I could see from the south. For example, the M100, I think it's almost in the horizon.
I see.
Well, the Andromeda galaxy, I have it at 50 degrees of altitude. It's very low
Right.
here, but
Yeah. Well, you're very far south, in
I'm
the
in 30,
but
34 latitude.
34. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can probably see at least 70% of the sky, I would think. And there's probably not very many objects that you can't see. But what you can see, the southern hemisphere Milky Way is incredible. I mean, it's
Yeah,
just incredible. I've heard many people say, and I've seen it. I got to watch it for a week, and it's everything everyone says. You have not seen the Milky Way really until you get to the southern hemisphere.
this background that I have, it was captured above of my head,
Yeah,
but when it goes to the west, uh, almost in the horizon, is parallel to the horizon. So you have all the Milky Way in the west
right.
here. You can see it at all. Um, when I go to capture this comet a couple weeks ago,
Hmm.
in the sunset, I could see, start to see all these clouds, the darkest clouds, and the shining of the stars uh, to the west. Of course, you don't have to. If you have light pollution, you can barely see this. But if you are in the darker area,
Hmm.
like where I am right
Where you
now,
live. Yeah,
it's very, very good to watch it. So,
yeah.
uh, and of course, we had the privilege to see two satellites galaxies, like the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud, with our own eyes. So you know, when you see right now, it's starting to come
Yeah.
up from the southeast, and when you see in the darker area, oh, they are not clouds. They are the Large Magellanic Clouds.
Those are
Uh,
the
it-
Magellanic Clouds.
yeah, you can now recognize it, of course, but and of course the objects that it has in there, like Tarantula Nebula, a lot of star clusters, or 47 Tucanae, they are amazing, of course.
Yes. Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, we all hope to get down there to look at it. I can't wait to get down to the southern
If you
hemisphere again.
if you come here sometime, let me know.
Yeah.
It will be
Well,
will
of
be my
course I
guest.
will.
Yeah.
Of course I will. Thank you so much, Maxie.
Well, thank you,
Okay.
Scott.
Thank you so much. All right. We are running a little bit ahead, but Austin Edmister from Detroit Observatory has been patiently waiting in the background. He has, I got to meet him for I think the first time at the Vatican Observatory. And this was during the Alliance of Historic Observatories General Assembly meeting. And so he's a dynamic person, full of energy. And, I know that the Detroit Observatory is lucky to have him, but I think that the Alliance of Historic Observatories is lucky to have him as president of the organization. So if you don't know anything about the Alliance, you're in for a treat because Austin can tell you a lot about it. But let me bring him on. Austin, thank you for joining. Oh, geez, we're at with the transit scope. Is that?
Yes.
Are you
Yeah.
actually in the room?
No, no, no. I
Oh,
took
okay.
this photo and it's been like a perpetual background for anything
It looks
observatory
real. It
related.
looks
So
real.
yeah.
Yeah, I was getting
Yeah.
excited here. So, but thank you for coming on to Global Star Party and to let our audience know what AHO is all about. So,
Awesome. Thank you so much for inviting me, Scott. I really
thank
appreciate
you.
it. I'm very new to the presidency, but I've been with AHO for a couple years now, and it's a really cool organization. I'm excited to tell you all about it and kind of where we're at and where we're going. We are a growing organization, we're an evolving organization, and I can tell you a little bit about the history of this place. So I'm going to share my screen um, and then share my presentation. So let me find the button that slideshow. So can you see the
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect. So, the Alliance of Historic Observatories is a really cool organization of historic observatories around the world. And I'm going to help you sort of get to know it. And then at the end, Scott, if you think I missed anything, just let me know. This is sort of a new presentation. I do want to give a shout out to
Sure.
our Vice President, Annie Mejia. She's part of Palomar Observatory at Caltech and is a huge resource for the Alliance, including making a lot of our presentation graphics and sort of this really beautiful logo that we have across the top of my presentation. So a shout out to Annie, and a lot of the website resources that I use for this were created by her. So a little bit about me before we get to know is that I work at the Judy and Stanley Frankel Detroit Observatory in Ann Arbor. There's some unique history there, and that our observatory, when it was established in 1854, was established with funds from a lot of excited citizens of the city of Detroit, including the first governor of Michigan, Lewis Cass, who wanted to help establish a civic observatory in the state of Michigan that was a part of the university. It's a really cool place. It's one of the oldest original observatories in the United States. It was established in 1854 and used for research up through the mid 1920s. It went through a period of somewhat neglect and decline through a lot of the 20th century, but then went through a series of renovations and reformations as a museum. And then we opened in 2022 with this beautiful visitor center that connects us to the historic building, which you see on the hill. And so through there, we do a lot of public programs. We bring in thousands and thousands of more people than we have previously up before we had this visitor center. And so I'm really excited to like continue working here and help bring the Detroit Observatory back to the community when for so long it was not a part of that. And one of my sort of side responsibilities that has come up through being at the Detroit Observatory is working through the Alliance of Historic Observatories as its delegate. And I'll get to what that means in a second. But if you're interested in the Detroit Observatory, if you live in Michigan or you're ever visiting Michigan, we're open nearly every Friday of the year. We're doing tours, we're doing programs, hands-on activity, and if it's clear, we're looking through our telescopes. And you can find our website below. So, what is the Alliance of Historic Observatories? I'm going to use this mission and vision that we set up on the website. The historic observatories are places of awe and discovery where modern astronomy was born and humankind's understanding of the physical universe emerged. The Alliance of Historic Observatories acts as a global collaboration of astronomical observatories and institutions in research, inspiration and engagement, and preservation of historic resources. So you're seeing a lot of like what we actually do sort of loaded into this mission vision. And so as we've grown, we try to keep this in mind. This is also sort of our tagline for inviting new observatories to join the Alliance because we want more members. We value the sort of growth of the Alliance through other historic observatories and what everybody brings to the table. Just to give you a sense of what the organization is actually made up of, primarily institutional members, and that would be a observatory, like the Detroit Observatory. It could be Griffith Observatory. It could be like the Vatican Observatory. So you're kind of thinking of a site-specific institutional member that is somewhat autonomous. We do have fun thinking about like what is an autonomous observatory in a world when many observatories belong to the public, when some observatories belong to a nation together. But this is generally how it works. We also have a wonderful group of associate institution members and associate individual members that sort of have been a part of the Alliance's history and helps us grow. And then institutional members have a member delegate. And so this is the person that acts on behalf of that institution. So for the Detroit Observatory, that's me. If I were to leave my position, and whoever filled my position at the Detroit Observatory might be the delegate for our member. So it is an organization of observatories for observatories, and so that kind of guides what we do as an organization, and it guides how you may interact with this organization. I do want to point out we have, a few founding members, including Griffith Observatory, Lick, Lowell, Mount Wilson, the Vatican Observatory, Palomar, and Yerkes. A really important core sort of seed to this alliance is these historic observatories that you'll see peppered in here related to the William Hale, or sorry, the George Ellery Hale history. So there are seeds to this organization that are most definitely from Scott and his conversations with Sam Hale, the grandson of George Ellery Hale, in preserving Hale's legacy, in particular at Mount Wilson Observatory, but through the other observatories that were involved with Hale's legacy. And so it's sort of spread from there. And now we have, I think, 25 member institutions. These organizations are a range of types. These could be independent institutions. They might be national or regional facilities. They might be a part of higher educational institutions. They're from countries all over the world. Most of our members are in the United States, but we are growing internationally. Our ranges range from about 70 to 450 years old. In particular, you have the Vatican Observatory, which is a very old institution back to the late 1500s. And what we do at these observatories is quite diverse. You have active research institutions like Palomar and Lick Observatory and Yerkes and Mount Wilson that have modern research telescopes that are contributing science to scientists today. There's a lot of observatories undergoing preservation efforts and sort of historical preservation to make sure that these observatories have a future. And then others like mine, which is essentially a teaching museum, are educational programs which serve the community, teaching about astronomy, teaching about history, and everything in between. So part of this alliance's purpose is, of course, as you saw in the mission and vision before, how do we work together to solve problems across all of our institutions? How do we find the pockets of institutions within the organization that have a sort of group philosophy around archiving historic photo plates? How do we talk about historical storytelling? How do we connect with modern research needs and find finances for that and find finances for preservation? And so when we meet, we're all very different buildings and very different histories, but I think it's really natural that all of these different solutions come up when we start to talk. And so that's the most important thing, is it's bringing us all together to talk. And from that, the Alliance has enabled a lot of really cool smaller projects over the past few years that I think will blossom into something very special in the future. Just kind of another view. There's our map. We've met in Italy. That's the meeting that Scott was talking about at the Vatican Observatory. Really beautiful observatory, and it sort of jump-started our connections to the European community, which, the United States has a lot of historic observatories, and Europe has probably many times more. And so sort of getting connected with all of these observatories has been really important. So we occasionally do meet in Europe. We don't try to meet there too much just because it's expensive, and there are more US observatories, but it's really cool and very valuable to us as an organization that we continue to build there. And then you can see in South Africa, we have Boyden Observatory, originally a Harvard College observatory, which also it's technically institutionally attached to a University of Michigan Lamont Hussey Observatory, but they're independent sites now. So here you can see a broad list of who's in the organization now. And again, this isn't a complete list of historic observatories. This is just who's in the organization. And so we're growing and we're connecting with other ones and trying to find out like how we can bring more into the alliance. So there's a lot of really cool history loaded on this screen right here. Griffith Observatory probably being of all these the most publicly accessible observatory in history. More people have looked through those telescopes than any telescope on Earth. You have Armagh Observatory, which helped define like a lot of really amazing late 18th century, early 19th century research. You have Cincinnati Observatory, one of the oldest public observatories in the United States, if not the most oldest public observatory. And again, I could go through this whole list and name off a bunch of amazing things. So it's a really, really cool organization. And again, if you know anything about the observatories in this list, we are all very different, but at the same time, we work well together in solving problems. If you go to the website of Alliance of Historic Observatories, which I will share in just a little bit, you go to members and you look up observatories under the members tab, you will see a list that continues on like this for all 25 observatories. For you, for the public, this is probably the most valuable thing, because if you're interested in visiting historic observatories and getting to know historic observatories, this is a great place to look. It lists out all of our members. It talks about their establishment dates. It connects with all of their currently active social media. You might note that the Detroit Observatory doesn't have an Instagram. That's a whole thing, but it's a really great way to find out what's going on at these observatories. And I can guarantee that this is a great place to give you up-to-date information. There's a lot of historic observatories out there where it could be difficult to find out exactly what's going on and when and why. And so here it's a great place to click on things and learn more and actually engage with that observatory, and then hopefully go there, join them for a public program or for anything that they're doing with observing or tours. For example, if you click on Yerkes Observatory, you get a list of its location, its establishment date, who's actually owns the observatory, some cool remarks and facts around that particular observatory, a list of its historic instruments. These are not comprehensive. It's usually their primary instruments with domes. And so you're not going to see a list of Yerkes smaller telescopes. You'll see the ones that are actually defined by the large domes, in particular the 40-inch refractor from 1897. And then you'll see the AHO delegate, which is currently Amanda Bauer. So that she's the deputy director of Yerkes and sort of leads them. So that's their delegate. So what does the AHO do? Well, we have membership meetings, usually in the fall. This is for members, and it's not a public meeting. We don't really have a great way to share these meetings because, again, we're a very new organization, and so a lot of this is happening behind the scenes. We meet together, we work on like different ideas for what the organization can do. We're getting to know each other, and then we also have workshops for the organization. These workshops can include gatherings to talk about docent work. How do we guide people through our facilities? How do we talk about our facilities? I'm putting together an internal workshop for Alliance members next year to talk about archives and to learn how to use archival material to tell stories. We do collaborative projects and programs, and we do have shared resources. And I underline these because these are the kinds of things that will and might already be available to you. So if you go to our website of Alliance of Historic Observatories, we've got a really great resources page that has links to a lot of organizations involved with the American Astronomical Society, with the International Astronomical Union, which have many different working groups or resources for historic astronomy, historic observatories, historic preservation. And we're also growing, so more things will come. And the longer you look around, the more you'll find, because I think we've got a lot of cool stuff bubbling up over the next few years. And if you have questions about the AHO, you can email us or send out a link on our contact page. If you are a part of a historic observatory and you're interested in membership with the Alliance, you can find our contact page and fill out the application form. It's very simple. It's not a huge ask, just a few sentences across a few questions to help us understand where your observatory is at and where you are within the observatory so that we can see what's possible for joining the Alliance or just getting information. I do want to share a couple pictures. So in the bottom right, you have the Yerkes meeting in 2023. Now the organization dates back to 2019 with its first meetings and to even earlier for the first conversations between Sam Hale, pictured in the left, and Scott Roberts. In the top, you have the docent meeting that we had at McDonald Observatory past August. And I don't have the photos yet ready from our Lowell meeting. I do love this photo I took of Sam back at the Yerkes with the 40-inch refractor, the first major telescope commissioned by his grandfather. So where can you find the Alliance of Historic Observatories? Well, because we're an alliance, we're not in one place, but we do have a great website where you can learn more about our organizations. You can find that members tab where we have all those great resources. There's also a really great regularly updated slide set on the website where you can see updates from observatories. You'll see about updates from Yerkes, where they're doing a lot of really great work restoring their beautiful observatory. You'll see more information about Lowell Observatory's brand new Astronomy Discovery Center and different things like that. So it's a great place to find out information broadly. Again, if you have any questions, you can reach out to the Alliance and we'll do our best. So that's everything.
That's wonderful.
Hope that was helpful.
I would say you really did a great job in covering all the various facets of the AHO, but really he has scratched the surface because if you go to a General Assembly meeting, you will see the interaction of these people that are running these observatories. Some of them are suffering because of lack of funds, this kind of thing, and they get ideas. They get fresh ideas on how to move ahead, engage the audience, engage the public, serve their communities well, and to breathe new life a lot of times back into these observatories. Some of them need restoration, some of them need repairs and that kind of thing. So they're helping each other out. I really want to go see the Detroit Observatory because I know that it's had a first-class restoration and they've got a first-class group of people running it. And so it'd be fun to see the observatory with the guidance of Austin here. So really enjoying that. And I'm so pleased to watch an idea that Sam and I had a few years ago and just watch it blossom and take a life of its own. So, and it's really just wonderful. Austin, thank you very much. And I know that people want to go visit some of these observatories. To my knowledge, I think all the observatories do some sort of public outreach programs. Yeah.
Yes, and some are more limited to others based on where they are. You know, if you're on a mountain, it's difficult to get more than a couple hundred people up a week, but they're all worth it and they're all active. I think that's a really important part. We are not an organization necessarily of just buildings. We are an organization of institutions. And so
Yes.
a really important aspect, we all love historic observatories and we love historic buildings, but it's important to us that we are engaging with the community. So all members have some form of that where you can engage with these historic telescopes with observations, with tours, with talks and presentations. Some of them have online programs like this. And so it's a lot of ways to engage with these observatories. And then our hope is that the resources that we build and the shared knowledge that we're building could help other historic observatories that aren't active right now, because there are people out there who love those observatories. I haven't met an observatory that doesn't have a fan club. And so, what can we do to enable those historic observatories to become actively engaged with the community is going to be a really important future step for us.
Right. Well, there are people within the organization that know how to do fundraising and know, on a professional level. Two people that come to mind for me are Ian McLennan and Bill Peters, that are part of AHO, and they have done amazing work for a lot of the observatories and institutions that's actually on the list of AHO. So I think it's there's so much talent there, and the breakout sessions that we have afterwards are fantastic. And so if you are of the mind to support your local historic observatory, you may want to also attend some of these special meetings that we have with AHO. So anyways, thank you again, Austin, and I'll look forward to having you on again sometime. Maybe to give people a virtual tour of the Detroit Observatory.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right.
Take care.
You, Scott.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Robert Reeves from Texas. Where are you exactly in Texas, Robert?
San Antonio. I was born 3 blocks from the Alamo, so you can't get much more Texan than I am.
That's Texan. I was born in the Panhandle, okay? The home of Jimmy Dean's pork sausage in Plainview. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's flat, lots of tornadoes, but not too far away were dark skies. And so I really loved observing the heavens from there. So, Robert, thank you for coming on Global Star Party again. And
my pleasure.
Yeah, we're looking forward to your presentation.
Already, I need to preface it by saying this little beeper goes off, I will have to break away.
Okay, no problem.
Many of you who know me know that my wife is in the latter stages of ALS, and if she has an issue, I will have to break away. I'm sorry, but we've been
no problem. We understand.
Yeah, we're trying to do our best to lead a normal life in this medical hell. So appearing on the Global Star Party is one little spot of normalcy that I cherish. So I hope it'll work out. Let me see if I can bring up my title slide. Let's see, go to share, and that's working today, and bring up that one. And hopefully, here we go. Wonderful. Postcards from the moon. Alrighty. Now, I get the idea that the main theme of today is messages of dawn. Going back, way back in archaeological time. Well, we can do that very easily on the moon. Let me go to my next slide, showing, of course, the moon. Even very modest telescopic equipment, even a pair of binoculars, will transport you back 4.5 billion years when you look at the moon. There are features on the moon, once you know where they are, which ones are the oldest, that are literally almost as old as the solar system itself. So we look back at these features. We call them pre-Nectarian because they predate the Nectarian epoch, when most of the large basins on the moon were formed, which later filled with lava to form the dark patches on the moon that we see as the caricature of the man in the moon. That happened. The Nectarian epoch happened about 3.8 to 3.9 billion years ago. So if you drop back even before that, we're talking literally almost back to the birth of the solar system. Now, what's interesting about the moon is we can look up and see these ancient features. Just see evidence of it even with our naked eye. We can see the splash of rays from Tycho. We can see the splash of rays, combined rays of Copernicus and Kepler, and get my cursor going. These craters up here, we can see that blotch with our eyes. But other planets, we had no idea what the surfaces looked like. All the way through the Apollo era, when we were landing men on the moon, we were ignorant about what the surface of other planets looked like. You look back through the history of planetary exploration, and the probes that went out to Mercury, to Venus, to Mars, and then beyond to the planets of the outer planet, the satellites of the outer planets, those were all after the Apollo program. So we were looking intently at the moon, not realizing that we were looking at a model of what all the inner planets look like billions of years ago. Now, of course, now we've sent probes to Mercury, and we see there's places on Mercury that are almost indistinguishable from the moon. Somebody shows me a picture of Mercury, and it puzzles me a little bit because I'm trying to figure out what part of the moon this is. But no, Mercury looks very lunar-like, many craters, Mars on it. We had no idea until the 1970s and 80s that Venus is very heavily cratered underneath its clouds. Of course, we had inklings of craters on Mars back at the mid 60s when Mariner 4 flew by. But it wasn't until the Viking program that we really mapped the entire planet and realized that Mars is very heavily cratered as well. We kind of thought it might be because it's closer to the asteroid belt. It would naturally get bumped a little bit more than the other worlds. But then the Voyager and other probes went to the outer planets, and we examined the moons of these outer planets and found they were very heavily cratered as well. Then we realized everything in the solar system was heavily cratered initially, but only the moon, visible right before our very eyes, shows us evidence of that in our own backyard telescope. So the moon is a time capsule of the dawn of creation. The moon is a messenger of dawn. So let's move up a slide or two here. To see some of these ancient, truly ancient craters, look up toward the North Pole of the moon, just beyond Plato crater, across Mare Frigoris, we'll come across huge W bond crater, almost square in appearance. Up north of it, circling it with my cursor, a Goldschmidt crater. Now, never mind Anaxagoras crater here. That's a very recent crater, only less than 1 billion years old. But these other craters, they all look very similar. They're all filled in. You don't see their interiors anymore, just their rims protruding up above the surface of the moon. Why are they all so common in their ruin? These are pre-Nectarian craters. They existed 4 billion years ago, before the Great Basins were formed by the asteroid impacts of the Nectarian epoch. So everything you see filling up these craters was thrown into them by the ejecta from these massive basin impacts 3.8, 3.9 billion years ago. So the record of this carnage survives right before our eyes, down toward the south pole of the moon. Same thing. The Southern Highlands, massive span of ruined craters, and one of them in particular, Bailey crater. I'll trace it out with my cursor here. This huge 301 kilometer wide crater, classically called a crater, since my childhood. But nowadays we regard it as a basin because any crater larger than 300 kilometers in diameter is automatically called a basin these days. So Bailey is charted on many maps as a crater, but it is really a basin. But you can see the degree of ruin, how it's just been filled in and bombarded by other craters later on. This is a crater that occurred very shortly after the creation of the solar system. And jumping back up to the north, um, Pythagoras crater here, obviously much younger. Pythagoras is Eratosthenian, which means it could be up to 3 billion years old, but is probably a little younger than that. But look next to it, this Valentine heart shaped overlapping of Anaxagoras, Anaximander A and B. More ancient craters. Another one here in the foreground, completely smeared and ruined by later impacts. But these are records of what happened literally at the dawn of the birth of the solar system. And moving on to another one, a favorite down south, Boussingault. This bullseye of a crater here. It's pretty substantial in size, but by sheer chance, it was whacked on its interior by another large impact. So now we have Boussingault A nested nicely within Boussingault crater. These are all ancient pre-Nectarian craters. And moving on, getting up to the center of the moon, things that we can easily see on a telescope. The observational trio of Ptolemaeus crater, Alphonsus crater, and Arzachel crater. These march through geologic time on the moon. Ptolemaeus, the blank disk up at the top, pre-Nectarian, Arzachel, Nectarian, and then Eratosthenian era Arzachel. So we're marching through several billion years of time here. But we go back to the pre-Nectarian one, the one from almost the time of the birth of the moon, and look at its interior closely. It's been completely filled in with ejecta from other basin impacts, but look at the dimples in it. You see just above the crater Ammonius here, there's this shallow depression, and over here another shallow depression, here, all across the interior of it. Those are craters that formed almost 4 billion years ago inside the Ptolemaeus. And then they were buried by the shower of ejecta from the probably the Imbrium Basin impact. But as that ejecta draped across the interior of the crater, it didn't uniformly flood it to where it was absolutely level. It draped in so we could still see the depressions of the craters that existed inside of Ptolemaeus more than 3.8 billion years ago. And of course, there's a name for this special kind of crater. They're not craters, we call them saucers because they're so shallow. And moving on a little bit, Stoeffler Maurolycus, just below the center of the moon's visible disk. More evidence of the absolute shellacking that the moon got back early in its lifetime when there was a lot more buckshot floating around in the solar system. The solar system had more ammunition to throw at us, and this shows it. Stoeffler overlaid by Faraday crater, and over here Maurolycus crater overlaying an unnamed crater just protruding out from underneath it. So it was a pretty rough place to be back 4 billion years ago. And moving on a little more, I like to show Archimedes crater just because it doesn't get the attention that it deserves. Everybody loves Plato up further north, also basalt covered, but there's Archimedes dating from the Imbrium epoch, anywhere from 3 to 3.8 billion years ago. And it deserves a little bit of love too, so I threw it in there. And moving on, here's a crater Deslandres in the middle. Whoops, let's not do that. There, one more. Deslandres crater in the center. This crater wasn't even named until the year I was born. We didn't recognize it as a crater because it is so big. And again, pre-Nectarian, almost 4 billion years, maybe even a little more than 4 billion years old. Easily found. It's just south of the landmark Straight Wall. And the Straight Wall just points straight toward it. And almost 300 kilometers in diameter. Up until 1946, when it was named after the French astronomer Henri Deslandres. Almost said Boussingault for some reason. Too much French. Before that, it was simply called the Hell Plain. And that designation came from this crater here, the crater Hell, named after Father Maximilian Hell, a well-known 18th century astronomer. So all of these features easily seen in a modest telescope, 4-inch telescope, 4-inch reflector, 50 millimeter refractor will show these features and transport you back literally to when the moon was born. So to conclude my little segment here, I'm going to promote several nicknames on the moon. We all have heard the lunar X, the pattern that appears just when the sunrise is shining across the peaks of several craters and creates an X, visible X formation. Well, there's also the lunar Y, and there's a bunch of other nickname features, but I like to promote the lunar S. And right next to Aristotle's crater is the crater Mitchell.
I like that.
There's the crater Mitchell, and then just above it, this swirl of ejecta thrown out from Archimedes crater. So just after sunrise, it makes a very distinct S just next to Archimedes crater. So keep an eye out for that when the first quarter moon is just beginning to illuminate this area. And of course, I've got to promote Thor's hammer. I claim the naming rights for this one, formerly known as Python Gamma, a little hilly structure just south of the beloved little peak Python. Pico and Python are little mountain peaks that protrude up from Mare Imbrium, just south of Plateau crater. So they're very easily seen landmarks. And of course, further down, Aristillus crater, very familiar crater. But right in between them, we have this ridge that is perpendicular to another one. And as when it casts the shadow, sunrise shadow, it looks exactly like Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. So it's been laying there on the moon all this time. Agent Coulson scurrying around the Earth trying to find it, and it was right before our eyes anyway. So the final feature that I want to promote, one that I tripped over a couple of months ago, I've been staring at it for my whole observational life and didn't recognize it. I call it the racetrack. Now look at this is Archimedes. Aristotle's crater again, where we just saw the lunar S just off to the side of it. But on the opposite side, look at this loop of craterlets that starts off from the western wall, loops up this row of craterlets, arcs around, and comes back to the rim of Archimedes. I call it the racetrack. And I got looking around in some of my other images, and well, here's the racetrack again, looping out up here, arcing back and back. And it seems to coincidentally form or extend from both the north and south side of the fairly perpendicular straight western wall of Archimedes. I'm not fully briefed on exactly why these chain of craterlets, this chain of ejecta, looped out in such a perfect loop formation, but it's really quite evident. And if you go to the lunar charting program, the freeware virtual moon atlas, or if you go to the LROC site, lunar charting site on internet, and you can also easily see this feature. This is from LROC, which is a photomosaic massive photomosaic taken by the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. When you can drill down to features just meters in diameter if you zoom in on this particular tool. And if you Google it, just Google LROC, LROC. I forget what the acronym show is, but it'll bring up this map and you can spend hours cruising the moon on this thing. But here is that racetrack again, extending from the north side of the perpendicular wall on out, loops back, and back home it comes again. So then, of course, on Virtual Moon Atlas, which is everybody's favorite computer charting, it, basically the same view, slightly different sun angle, so the racetrack shows up a little bit better. Starts off at the north side of the wall, connect the dots, there it goes, loops back, and back to the south end of the wall.
How far is this, do you think?
I wrote it at one time in an article for the Lunar Observer for Alpo, and I forget the figure, but Archimedes crater itself is less than 100 kilometers in diameter. So from here to here, less than 100 kilometers. I mean, it's a substantial amount, but I'm going to call it less than 100. So by the time you loop out all the way here, it's probably about 300 kilometers. About the distance between San Antonio and Houston. So that's it for me tonight. I hope that you look at the moon through your telescope. Don't avoid it. It's not the big bright light in the sky that's blocking out the deep sky objects. It's an alternative target begging for your attention. And look up some of these ancient craters and revisit these messengers of dawn from when our solar system began. So it's been fun. Thank you.
Excellent. There's a couple of comments here, maybe a question as well. We have Mark Drexler watching on YouTube, and
wonderful.
He said, I've read that Aristarchus is considered the brightest crater on the moon, but with all the craters on the moon, do we know what makes it so bright?
Well, Aristarchus is very young. It's probably only about 300 million years old. So when it burrowed into the bedrock under Oceanus Procellarum, it exposed, it dredged up all of this fresh material, and it's still blocky and chunky. It hasn't been eroded and worn down by the influx of meteors, hasn't been slowly eroded down by the solar wind over billions of years. So all of this material is still fresh and very reflective. Now, come back in about 1 billion or 2 billion years, Aristarchus will be, just another dull crater like the rest of them. But right now, it is bright because of its youth. It has not been dulled down by what we call space weathering, the infall of meteorites chipping away at it slowly, the solar wind blasting it with hydrogen ions and helium ions, slowly eroding it away molecule by molecule. So it takes time to do that, but the universe has all the time in the world.
Yes, it does. Robert, thank you so much. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Let me bring us back here. There we are.
Okay.
And our next speaker will be Daniel Barth. Daniel ran a program called What Do You Know? And it I would say it was a smash hit. We still get people that download the programs and the reading guides that went along with it. And Daniel's also written books on astronomy. And I think he might in fact have one of the most read books in the academic circles with on how to teach astronomy in classrooms. So Daniel, thanks for coming on to Global Star Party.
Thanks for having me, Scott.
Yeah, you've got your beard is now more full and everything.
Yes, I'm in
You
winter
could be
mode.
a Santa Claus maybe by the time December rolls around. So
Yes.
anyhow,
I usually come the fall equinox, I stop shaving, and then
I
I
see.
trim up again and look more youthful when spring equinox comes around. I don't know. I used to find that trimming my beard made me look younger. I'm not sure if that trick still works anymore, but
Hmm,
there we go. Anyway,
very good. All right.
Scott,
Well, you've got the stage here. I'm going to let you have it.
yeah, you and I were talking about tonight's topic,
Yeah.
and one of the things that I mentioned was comets, because Three-Eye Atlas and Comet Lemon are both in the sky right now. And Three-Eye Atlas, of course, the third interstellar visitor, interstellar comet that we've determined directly was not from our solar system. Um, And Scott, there's so much nonsense goes
Mhm.
on every time a new comet is discovered, and often from quarters where you would think they should know better. There's a Harvard astronomer who I will not name, but this fellow has been going around claiming that Comet 3I Atlas is in fact some sort of an interstellar spacecraft with a propulsion drive and navigation and all sorts of stuff. No, and we don't need to gild the lily. It doesn't need to be an alien artifact in order to be fascinating and amazing and worth study. And somebody asked me, well, why don't we just go catch it and grab a piece like we did
Oh, sure.
with asteroid Bennu? Well, it's moving really fast, Scott. It's going over 100,000 kilometers an hour. It's moving at an incredible rate, which it could not. That's one of the big clues. It could not be anywhere from our solar system, because even from the farthest distance of the Oort cloud falling in toward the sun, it couldn't pick up
Yeah.
much speed. It's showing velocity of a galactic orbit, not a solar one. But the interesting thing about that I wanted to talk about tonight was that when you get to the comets and asteroids, is the fact that we have found all the building blocks for life in comets. There are, I don't know, Scott, you may remember from your biology back in high school or college, that there are
Uh-huh.
5 informational bases in DNA and RNA: the cytosine, thymine, uracil, adenine, and guanine. And these are all ring structures. Chemically, they're rings of carbon and nitrogen bonded together with oxygen and hydrogen and a few other things. And they make these unique bases. For a long time, we thought that, gee, these are much too complex to be things that are found in nature, what I refer to as things that self-assemble. And we really do the universe a disservice when we say this is too complex to self-assemble. One of the things that I enjoyed teaching in my astronomy classes, and back when I did that, is that I said the most amazing thing about the universe is that virtually all of it is self-assembling. If you think
Hmm.
about it, recipe to make one universe, all you need is lots and lots of hydrogen and time. If you have plenty of hydrogen and plenty of time, gravitation will make the hydrogen clouds clump. Gravitational pressure will raise the temperature until you have fusion. And then you have the self assembly of the first generation of stars. They go ahead and start nucleosynthesis in the fusion process. And all these self assembly sort of mechanisms have a couple of things involved. They make things and then they scatter them. They don't keep their gifts to themselves. Stars live, they die, they synthesize all these elements, and then they explode, synthesizing new things in the explosion that are too big to do normal nuclear synthesis. And then this scatters everything. Oh, pollution. Yes, we pollute the nice, pristine clouds of hydrogen, but from that pollution comes the genesis of both terrestrial and Jovian planets, uh, icy planets. All these things come together. And again, planetary systems are self-assembling. So the question is life self-assembling? And for a long time, we said, no, 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 that this is the realm of God and the creation. And it's like all the arguments against scientific theories like evolution, whether you're talking stellar evolution or biological evolution, people will come in and say, oh no, this is too complex to have self-assembled and involved in nature. And the one great error we make when we say that is we don't appreciate the enormous scope of time, number one. And number two, the enormous scope of space. The universe has had not infinite time, certainly, but almost 14 billion years of an unimaginable volume. And that's lots of room for experiments and things to happen. And as it turns out, as we found out more, probes that we sent to follow comets and spectrographic analysis, we found out, surprise, guess what, Scott? All of those informational base pairs that were too complex to self-assemble, they're all found in comets and asteroids. And for tonight, I brought some pieces of comet. I brought some genuine comet pieces, and I have some here. This here, I think it shows off. These are meteorites, Scott. This is a stony meteorite. This is from the Tan fall in China fell field. Meteor fell in 1516, and I have friends in low places, so I have a sample of this from the Chinese fell field, and it's lovely. And this is a piece of stony meteorite from Cerro del Campo down in Argentina. This is a nickel iron meteorite.
It's a nice.
And from West Africa, I have a carbonaceous chondrite. Well, this one, the nickel iron meteorite, this is quite possibly a piece of planetary core material. Nickel and iron tend to concentrate in planetary cores, but planets sometimes shatter the impacted with the Earth to create the moon. And so these things, this is a piece of a planet core, Scott. This one was probably sterile. This one, given the heat and the pressure that it took to form it, was probably sterile. But these two, the one made of carbon and the one made of stone, if I were to slice them open and go in with electron microscope and some sophisticated chemistry, I would find all of the base pairs that make up my DNA and yours are inside these pieces. And by the way, I said I had pieces of comet. I'm not lying. What's the difference, Scott, between a comet and an asteroid? An asteroid generally has a more regular orbit. It doesn't come close to the sun where it volatilizes and gets a tail and blows things off all the time. Comets come in, they're little nifty chemistry labs. Because here you have a little miniature world. You have water, you have stone, you have a variety of minerals, you have energy sources, right? There are microbes that live off of purely mineral energy sources. They go ahead and reduce iron into rust and other things like that. So you have these little habitats, and what happens? The comet comes in towards the sun, it gets warmed up. Gee, gases volatilize, liquids melt, and you have all sorts of interesting chemistry has to be happening on these comets. And question, did these base pairs, did these, the thymine, the cytosine, the uracil, did they form on the comets during these periods of warmth and, relative abundance of energy when they come close to the sun? Maybe. We haven't done the science here. But I'm going to ask everybody to join me, because one of the nice things about astronomy and thinking about deep things like how does life emerge? How does our universe emerge? How does something come from nothing? How do we get structures out of seemingly randomness? And you think about this and you realize we have an opportunity to take a deep dive into theory. And theory is really, someone once described to me, theory is like a cry for research. It's like they say that a person who injures themselves is crying for help. A theory is, this wounded idea without evidence to staunch the flow. And so it has to cry out for research, for exploration. If we have this idea, how do we find out for sure? And if you think about this theory, the theory is called autogenesis. and in the case of life, autobiogenesis. And I was discussing here a minute ago how, and we all understand this intuitively, even if we haven't thought about it explicitly, that every physical structure in the universe, whether we're talking about something small like an asteroid or a planet or a star cluster or a galaxy cluster, a couple of things. Gravitation is the font of all creation, number one. And number two, all of these structures self-assembled. And I'm still someone who claims that there's no real conflict between science and religion. I don't think you need to go and look. When you look at religion, it tells you who may have created things. Science tells you how it was done. And Einstein's wonderful remark, I want to know God's thoughts. All the rest are details. And so certainly we see this auto-assembly idea going on. And thrown into that, you get the Fermi paradox. If the universe is made for life, if planets assemble as habitats for life, if life itself, if biological molecules self-assemble, why is the universe so empty? This is Fermi's paradox. If the universe is made for life, where is everybody? And the SETI people, of course, have been out since radio astronomy began and looking for signals. And of course, the famous movie Contact, the book by Carl Sagan. Why haven't we found anyone? One of the answers to Fermi, if the idea of autobiogenesis and autogenesis of physical structures is correct, one of the ideas for Fermi is that maybe we're the first ones here. Maybe we're one of the first. If you think of the universe as a big kettle of corn on the fire, and you're going to have popcorn, there has to be a first kernel. Something has to pop first. How long does it take to make a solar system, Scott? Any idea?
Billions of years?
About 4 billion years, about 4 to 5 billion years to have a solar system mature enough that the planetary surfaces have evolved. You've had an opportunity for the self-assembly of life after the planet cools down. You've had an opportunity for life to create a stable environment. So it takes about 4.5 billion years for solar systems to form where life can exist. And if we're any indication, it takes about 4 billion years for intelligence to evolve out of that new habitat. Well, okay, you have about 8 to 9 billion years there. How old is the universe? Well, we're about 13.5, 14 billion years. How long did it take before we had the first generation of stars that made that nuclear synthesis that ejected those nasty, dirty, polluting, heavy elements out into these clouds of pristine hydrogen and helium from which solar systems came? And you realize we're here about as quick as we could get here. You know, the old joke,
right.
Scott, you're from Texas. You've probably seen this before. I'm not from Texas, but I got here as quick as I could.
You quick.
You ever seen that bumper sticker? Sure. Well, you know what? When did the first kernel pop? When did the first light of intelligence dawn in the universe? How old will the universe be before it dies? And the estimate, Freeman Dyson came up with an estimate of how old will the universe be before it dies. And he came up with something which is called the Dyson age. And a Dyson age is 10 to the 100th to the 80th power years. I used to put that up on my board at school and ask people to think about it. What is 10 to the 100? What is 10 to the 100 to the 80th? These nesting exponents, it's literally the shock absorbers on your brain just bottom out. You can't handle that much quantity. It's an impossibility. Only the number of particles in the universe, Scott, just 10 to the 80. Just only. Right? Just 10 to the 80. And the Dyson age is 10 to the 100 to the 80th power. And at that point, all the black holes will have evaporated. So that's the ultimate death of the universe. So if you think about, 13 billion compared to that, that's baby's first eye blink.
Yeah.
The universe will be around, even if in its present form, with galaxies and stars We're not talking about the time when black holes have absorbed everything and then quietly cool off and evaporate with Hawking radiation. We're talking about just the life of the universe as we know it will be enormous. And we are in the very youth. We are in the very youth of the universe right now. And we think about this and we realize, gee, some basic principles that I've come up with thinking about autobiogenesis. And again, Scott, this is a Chautauqua. This is pure theory here. None of this is none of this is backed by data. But it seems as though all free energy sources in the environment cannot remain untapped. If there's a free energy source that is carbon-based, it's mineral-based, it's radiative energy, if our planet is anything to go by, all energy sources will be tapped by life forms that will evolutionarily adapt for the purpose of utilizing that energy source. If there's an energy source, we have life that lives
It's ready to
kilometers
go.
below the planetary surface. Oh, I see. I have a waggy tail. We have a pal here. That's Parker, my Labrador. So anyway, you think about this and you're like, okay, so all these energy sources, how many energy sources do we have on every physical object created? The other thing we find is that life evolves to stabilize its environment. The sun continues to get more energetic as it ages. All stars do. And yet our planet has remained habitable over 4 billion years because life continually actively modifies the environment to make it stable. And sometimes life goes nuts, right? The oxygen holocaust. You're familiar with this, Scott? The early life forms would have been anaerobic and they were excreting oxygen, right?
Sure.
And
Okay.
oxygen
Yes.
it's a very nasty gas. It's acidic, it's corrosive, it's toxic.
Sure.
And it was toxic to all the anaerobic life forms. Well, what happened? They had the oxygen holocaust. Oxygen contaminated the atmosphere. Oxygen, we think, would have gone up to 50, 60% of the atmospheric gas. Forest fires must have been awful. I don't know. But almost all the life died from oxygen pollution. And
Terrible.
then life evolved from anaerobic to aerobic. Gee, oxygen, nasty corrosive gas that it is.
Let's
an
eat
energy
that.
source. Something's going to use that. And oxygen, because it's a great energy source, gives you the idea that you can have mobility, which means you
Right.
can have predator-prey relationships and all sorts of fascinating things. Mitochondria to power more fascinating chemical processes in the cell. But in spite of pollution being eventually used as an energy source, remember the British petroleum leak in the Gulf of Mexico? And later they were
Yes.
wondering, where did all the oil go? And then we realized, oh, this oil's been leaking out of the Gulf Basin for millions of years, and bacteria have evolved to consume that energy resource.
Sure.
But even though all pollution will eventually become a resource, that doesn't mean your species is guaranteed a place at the table.
Yeah, that's right.
The old
Might get
don't
so
go where
dirty
you
you
eat
might
still
choke
applies.
on someone
The
else's food. Yes.
The other thing we see, and this comes from medicine, life is almost impossible to extinguish. Making an environment sterile, even as small as an operating room, is really hard. And thousands of people die from infections that they catch inside of hospitals, which are supposed to be very clean and sterile. Extinguishing life is awfully, awfully difficult. Cold doesn't sterilize anything. Aridity, oh, Mars is cold and dry. That doesn't sterilize anything. I started out at the USDA, and we use cold and dryness to preserve samples of fungi for hundreds of years. Environmental degradation isn't sufficient to wipe life off of a planet. The idea that, oh, we're degrading our environment and it might kill us all, maybe, but it won't sterilize life here.
No.
Environmental degradation
Yeah.
isn't sufficient.
Yeah.
to
We
extinguish life.
might choke ourselves off at one point.
Right.
But
We're one species.
the
not
Earth
all
will go
life.
on, and life will go on.
Life will go on even if we're not here to experiment
right.
and document it.
That's
Mechanical
right.
disruption isn't sufficient. You think about the the impact that killed the dinosaurs, right? The huge crater in off of the Yucatan and the Chicxulub crater. That what was compared to human endeavors at destruction. That thing was amazing. Literally crazy, huge impact, enough to cause lava flooding on the opposite side of the world. All sorts of nutty stuff. That wasn't sufficient. The great dying in the Permian extinction, where Pangaea unzipped and we had this carbon dioxide, and 95% of the species on Earth died. That mechanical disruption of unzipping a continent wasn't enough to destroy all life. The only thing we know of that's sufficient to destroy all life is a stellar catastrophe. If you have a supernova or just a plain old nova, yeah, that's going to roast your planet and remelt the crust, and then you're done. But the other thing we found in your lifetime and mine, Scott, is that extremophiles are everywhere.
They're everywhere. That's right.
When we were young, Scott, we were told that Mars is lifeless, all the planets are lifeless. I was taught, I'm sure you were too. This is the only planet with life on it. We're absolutely unique. Matter of fact, there aren't even very many other planets. We haven't ever found one because
they didn't. We couldn't find them, right?
We couldn't find them. But since 1992, when the first exoplanet was discovered, really dating from about that time, extremophile research has found extremophiles all sorts of places. The Allen Hills meteorite, when they found these rocks in Antarctica with the biological varnish, right? And this has a nice shiny fusion crust on it, but the rocks in Antarctica are also shiny because they have a biological varnish. Biology has created this crust over the rock. We have organisms which live in cracks in crystalline quartz, and quartz conducts UV really well, which gives enough energy to melt a few molecules of water, which allows a few chemical reactions of cell division which doesn't take seconds, cell division which takes years. And these things grow over literally millennia. But extremophiles, we say, oh, Mars is too extreme of an environment. There's too much radiation on the surface. It's too cold. It's too dry. The soil is too toxic. Every time we have looked at a place on Earth and said, that's too nasty, nothing is going to live there, we have been wrong.
We've been wrong. That's right.
Vents under the sea, miles deep in the Pacific. We're talking subterranean, where we've drilled 10 kilometers down. We found there's bacteria living in the rocks, where who knows when that stuff last saw.
Oh yeah, there was a guy who drilled down in the deepest part of the ocean. Okay,
interglacial lakes in Antarctica, which haven't seen the sun in millions of years, aeons, and there's a small predator-prey community there. No plants. It's strictly animals, but they have a biological community there that's been there, existing in a low, but there's not zero energy source, but there's enough to trade it back to have autobiogenesis, evolution. I'm really convinced that it probably won't, this won't be settled in my lifetime, but I believe we will find that all our planets which were capable of life, all our environments in our solar system, this is me, the science fiction writer, predicting here, all our environments in the solar system that are capable of hosting life almost certainly do. Subsurface oceans on Jovian moons, Saturnian moons, the aquifers on Mars, all these places where we say, oh, Steve Squires said it about Mars with the Spirit and Opportunity rovers. We've discovered Mars used to be warm, wet, and habitable. It was habitable. Okay, if it was habitable, I certainly believe, and again, this falls onto theory, which I do not have.
Habitation.
I don't have evidence to support, but I from all of my research and my study, that life, everything in the universe self-assembles. I've seen no reason why life should be an exception to that. Why life should require, the system.
Well, I think the planetary scientists of the world agree with you, and this is why we spend billions going to Mars. Right?
There's a lot of reluctance to talk about the idea of life elsewhere, and as I do, Scott, the whole debacle with Dr. Gil Levin and his discovery, which met all the established criteria before the Viking mission for what does it look like if we discover life. Dr. Levin, Gil Levin, Patricia Straight, their experiment labeled release found life. It met all the criteria. And moreover than that, when they heated it up, it killed whatever it was. Whatever it was died. The reaction stopped. Inorganic things aren't killed by heat. Organic things are killed by heat. And I think when we get boots on the ground, we'll find, and I'm hoping that the first species of bacteria found on Mars will be named Gilbertii,
Okay.
or Levinii after Dr. Levin. But these things, these comets, we see these visitors, we have to remember, these are transportation systems for the building blocks of life. And they don't just land here. All solar systems have them. All planets get cometary impacts. With we saw with Robert and the moon the tremendous number of impacts.
Right.
And whether you're talking asteroid or comet, that's almost a distinction without a difference. They all contain water. They all contain biological material, except maybe the planet core chunks, right? The nickel iron pieces. The one that created the Barringer meteor crater in Arizona was a nickel iron meteorite. That was almost certainly sterile, but a lot of these things, Scott, you've seen them, I've seen them, carbonaceous chondrites that come down,
Fascinating.
and all sorts of things. The building blocks for life are everywhere, and I think, frankly, if I could wrap this up in 3 words, Fermi was wrong. There's a paradox, and life is everywhere.
Life's everywhere. Fascinating. John Ray says, Doc, I hope to last long enough to see your predictions of life come true. Great presentation. So thank you very much. Thank you.
And one last thing before I go for our speaker from the historical observatories, and I looked up his website, and the observatory is like, most observatories are greater than 50 years old. Western Arkansas Observatory is coming up on its 1-year anniversary. But I've been teaching astronomy for almost half a century, so I may petition.
Maybe that's part of the historical side of it.
No, I've been teaching astronomy for half a century. I've just now got a permanent location for it. So there we go.
Wonderful. Daniel, thanks for coming on to Global Star Party. And our next speaker is Marcelo Souza. Marcelo is coming to us from Brazil. If you haven't been a regular in the audience for Global Star Party, you're in for a special treat here with Marcelo. He puts on some of the most amazing public events in South America. He's recognized all over the world for his outreach work, but he's also a cosmologist and just a heck of a nice guy. Marcelo, thank you for coming on to Global Star Party.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Nice to be with you. Nice to see you, Scott.
Nice to see you too. Nice to see you too.
I'm happy that you are back.
Yes.
You are, for me, it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. I will give you the stage.
Thank you very much. I'll share here my screen on a moment. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, nice. I have news. I will talk about the news at the end. I returned to make a research now in cosmology, and I will talk about the results that I got. That now I have a paper available. This is the image that what I saw today here.
Oh,
that is,
beautiful
rainbow. Wonderful rainbow at my university. Here is my university. And when I arrived there today, this wonderful rainbow was there. That's a fantastic image for me. A lot of time that I don't see a rainbow, and for me it was fantastic to see this today. First, I will show some events that you organized, and then in sequence, I will show some pictures of galaxies I like to take pictures of spiral galaxies, and now I have the opportunity to use a telescope in Hawaii to take these pictures. And for me, it's a fantastic experience. And I will finish it talking about my contributions to science. I'm working with two different areas. One is cosmology, and the other is the space exploration. I had the opportunity to got a good result for a travel to Mars. I will show at the end. And now this was a fantastic experience that I had the opportunity to participate in August. That every month they have this opportunity. Our astronomy club participates in this place that is the Pousada Verbicário. There's a city in a mountain near us. The event is gastronomy, that is gastronomy and astronomy together
Yes.
during the night. And this hotel is the first hotel recognized by Dark Sky outside the United States. Now I think they have another one in Australia, but this was the first recognized by Dark Sky outside. And here I had the experience. We make a presentation about astronomy for the guests. And also when the sky is clear, we make observations, we have observations. And after this, we have a special dinner with an Italian chef. And these are the people there, the guests. I was talking about astronomy, and I have a lot of people there. And after the presentation, he is the chef, and his side here is the owner of the hotel that likes astronomy and supports the events of astronomy there. The city has only 12,000 people living there. It's a very small city here in the mountains, here in Rio de Janeiro. And here is the chef talking about the dinner, what you have in the dinner. Then this is a fantastic experience. They organize these events every month at this hotel, and every month our astronomy club make a presentation before the dinner. And this was the owner. This is the owner of the hotel, and here he has a big banner, certificates, everything about the recognition from dark sky. That's a fantastic. He's the only one. And this was a different experience. That was my participation to give the certificate for the best poetry about the protection of the dark skies. This happened in another city that is São João da Barra. The city of the hotel is Santa Maria Madalena. And this was an experience with a lot of students. They selected the best poetry, and a lot of students were there. And it was a fantastic event. First time that there was an event about poetry, about the protection of the dark sky. And here, one of the students that was Howard with a fantastic poetry. I will translate to English the poetry, and I will popularize this. And these are the people, the students that were certificate. And it was a fantastic and different experience for me. This is another event in this protected forest near the ocean, and we have a dark sky place and a special place to make presentations there about astronomy. And it is a place where we have an observatory. And this is another experience that I had in September. I have it also with the student opportunity to see the sun. And this is another thing that we are doing 2 times per month. We have a special course of cosmology here in our city. We've invited the professors from other universities, and here we have one of the professors that came from another state, that Espírito Santo, Julio Fabres. And here we also had the participation of Fernando that come every 2 times per month here in our city from Uruguay to participate in this course of cosmology. He is the director of Dark Sky in Uruguay. And here is a presentation about cosmology here. These are the students. And it will finish in November. These are the picture of the comets C 2025 A6 that I had the opportunity to take using an observatory in Hawaii.
Oh, wonderful.
It
Great.
was, the image was taken 1st of October. Now, from this observatory, it's not possible to take pictures because it's not so high for the telescope. I don't know why, but it's not possible to take pictures there. But I think that soon it will be possible to see by naked eye. The prediction is that I think that in 1 week it will be with magnitude 3.5. Then it will be possible to see by naked eye in the northern hemisphere. Not for us here, because it is near the, if I'm not wrong, the Ursa Major, constellation. I think that is correct information. And did you see the comets with binoculars or telescope? Did you see, Scott? Did you see these comets?
Have I seen the comments?
Yes, with a
No, I
binocular
have not
telescope.
yet. No, but
No?
I plan to. I plan to.
But many people is taking pictures in the
Yes, they
northern
are.
hemisphere.
Yeah,
I think that next week you can probably you see by naked eye.
I hope so.
The
I
magnitude,
certainly hope so.
the predictions, the magnitude will be 3.5. Then it's possible to
Yeah,
see.
that's bright. Yeah, very bright.
And these are, I took a lot of images of spiral galaxies with this telescope in Hawaii. I chose two constellations that Fornax
The great
and
images. Yeah.
Eridanus,
Mm-hmm.
and all the images are from these two galaxies. And this is a fantastic image that I never get tired to look. That's the spiral galaxy. Most of them are millions of light years far from us. Then it is fantastic to look
Mm-hmm.
this object. And this is something that's amazing. That's a galaxy NGC
Wow, look at
13
that one.
that look like Saturn.
It looks like
It's a very different
this looks
galaxy.
very alien.
Yes, it's a very different galaxy. And this is another one.
That's a beautiful one.
Most of them are fantastic, and I enjoyed to take picture of the spiral galaxy.
Yes.
This one,
Spectacular. Oh, look at that one.
the
Yeah.
fantastic spiral galaxy.
Yes.
This another one. This, and now I'll talk about my contributions to science now. This is I work since I was to after my doctorate. I
Mm-hmm.
had an idea. I was with 25 years, if I'm not wrong, and I imagined a possibility to have our universe like you have the hydrogen atom. You have different levels, and then our universe can gain energy from outside, from a system with different kinds of universe like us, and in a system like a multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
And from these transitions, we can explain what's happening here in our model of the uh, dynamics of our universe, the expansion of our universe. Then now I never found a good solution before now that can deal with this idea. But a few months ago, I began to try to find a solution using artificial intelligence to help me. Then, for my surprise,
Mm-hmm.
I got a good solution. Well, it's maybe many people can consider something like a speculative model, but it works. I will show here. This was the first paper. It's not a peer review yet. It is available in preprints, né? It is in preprints.org, the manuscript, and it's available for everyone there. And I use the Ayukawa potential,
Wow.
and I got a solution that deal with the transition of our universe for different levels of energy in this multiverse model. And with these transitions, I had the opportunity to explain inflation, the baryogenesis, and the dark energy. That are the predictions of the Big Bang model. Then it was fantastic results that I had, and I hope everything is okay. With this, I made many tests. I asked many people to check, and everything looks that is correct. And for me, it's a good surprise because it's something that I imagined when I was very young, and now many years later, I had the opportunity to return to work with this model, and I got fantastic results. This is one that is dealing with the model, all the dynamics of the universe, that I use the same results that we have from the Big Bang model, and I got the same energy results considering transition from different levels in the multiverse model. And I had the opportunity to write 3 papers about this model. This is the first one, is where I define the model and I deal with the universe dynamics. And other one, that is one that is most people is downloading, and is, I don't know what people enjoy more this paper that I was working, I was explaining the galaxy dynamics. That is a problem that you need to consider the dark matter around the galaxy to explain the rotation of the galaxy. And I explained this without dark matter. I consider that this effect maybe is caused by this field, né, that comes from this multiverse model. That is the field that comes to our universe that I can explain the expansion. And then this is something fantastic for me because it is a new model, and all the prediction is that he solves one of the problems that the core of the galaxy, that you are not find so dark matter there. And for in this model, I explain this, and we will not, and in this model, we will not find this in the center of the galaxy because the gravitational field is so strong. That's most important than the contribution of this meta field from the multiverse, and in the border of the galaxy, the gravitational field is weaker, and then the contribution from the meta field is more important, and is what I associate with the dark matter effect. And I have one new that is what I was looking at the beginning, and then I saw when I had a solution, I saw that it was possible to deal with different things. It is also available at the preprint.org, and this, oh, sorry, what is this third one? Oh, it's not here. What I did. Ah, it's here. No, I have another one, but I don't know why. I forgot to put here. Is another one that deal with the what happens near the black hole. And it is also in at the preprint.org. And at the end, I can show because I am in the preprint.org also. And I deal what happens near the black holes. Black hole is rotating, that you call a Kerr solution, a solution obtained by Kerr of a rotating black hole. And you have a region that you call egosphere, that's around the black hole. But I use the meta field, this meta field associate with the multiverse model that comes from the multiverse, this energy for our universe, and the interaction of these meta fields with the strong gravitational field of the black hole allow to create a region between the ergosphere and the black hole. And this region, a particle can reach the energy to make a transition to other universe. Then is a gateway to other universe. You can make travels to other universe near the black holes in this model. And what is fantastic is that we can consider a travel to the past, not only for the future. Why? Because each universe in the model of the multiverse, in this my model, they have a different dynamics. Then it's not the evolution. Maybe it's not like our universe here, and then they have if you have you can compare the time, use a proper time. Maybe they are in different time than us in the evolution. And then if you make a transition to this different universe that is in a time before, it's not in our time, the evolution is lower than us, and they are traveling, these particles traveling to the past as when compared with our time now. And this third is also available in preprint.org. Is a black hole as a gateway. Didn't remember the other part of the title, but I will show. And now is something that for me is fantastic. That this experience, an idea that I had in before the pandemic, because I was studying asteroids that cross the orbit of the Earth and Mars. And I found one asteroid that was doing this in the first model of the trajectory. Later, they changed the model with more data from observation. But this first one, I kept this with me, and I was trying to simulate a trajectory from Earth to Mars using this model of these asteroids. And with the support of the artificial intelligence, I got a good solution that allows a travel to Mars in 2031. That will take 56 days to go to Mars. And it is feasible with the technology that you have today, because the velocity is almost the same that was reached by the New Horizons that was launched by the Atlas V. That is almost 16 kilometers per second, the velocity, the launch velocity, the departure velocity. That means almost 58,000 kilometers per hour relative to Earth. And I need something like this for this travel to Mars in 2031. And I have a new one that will be available today later at the preprint.org that I make a research about a round trip to Mars using these results for the travel to Mars. And I got a result that if I use this one 56 days for the travel to Mars, I found a solution to return in 135 days with the energy like the same that was necessary to go to Mars, and have opportunity to stay there for 35 days, and the total time for the travel will be 226 days, less than 1 year. Né? And until today, the best options are 2 years, 3 years for a round trip travel to Mars. Then I'm very happy. And this was only possible because I had the support of the artificial intelligence. The first one, I used DeepSeek and for the multiverse.
Yes.
And this one that is from to Mars, I used ChatGPT, né? That helped me with this.
That's
And I
great.
checked many times, everything looks that is correct, but I am now is public, and anyone can check if everything is correct with the calculations. And for me, it's something that I imagined many times ago, many years ago, but I didn't have a technical
The tools. Yeah.
to solve. But today, from a few months until today, I had the opportunity to write these 5 papers. That's for me is a return to cosmology and to do research. Nan Scott, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's a great pleasure.
Very fascinating. I'm going to have to. I'm very interested in the multiverse. So
I hope that this result are correct. No? Thank you very much for the
Wonderful.
opportunity. Ever is a great pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thanks so much, Marcello. Okay, so our next speaker is Frank Marchus. Frank is an astronomer at SETI. He is a research scientist, and he was one of the men behind Unistellar and a new technology and a new system for astronomy that will cover the whole world, and that is the SkyMapper project. So, Frank, thanks for coming out to Global Star Party, and I know that you're very, very busy right now. So
Yeah.
yeah, but thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about something very different. I'm going to talk about a new project called SkyMapper, with basically a network, a decentralized network of telescopes and instruments to map all the sky all the time. And this is a work that we started in March of this year. And I just want to give you some kind of insight of where we're going. So you remember that one of the reasons we at Unistellar and SETI Institute have been working on this idea that bringing astronomy back to the people is because more and more people have no access to the stars. It's becoming a rare resources, since now we are using all this LED display, and city mayors and councils decided that city should be like a Christmas tree. We basically don't have now access to the star. Very few of us can see the Milky Way, and we are losing the connection with space. And losing the connection with space is important. It has an impact on humanity. So first of all, it gave us this idea that we are on this planet and limited our range and our perspectives. But it also will have an impact for the future. Only 10% of the kids in the US have seen the Milky Way, for instance. And that's surprising to me, because I grew up watching the Milky Way, and I do remember thinking about the worlds over there, thinking about going there, visiting there, and going outside space and check out planets and so on. It's because I started as a kid seeing those stars. So Unistellar was created for that, and really that was the main motivation for the co-founders we'd created the first digital telescope in 2019, and you already know that, but it's a very easy to use telescope, portable, you can carry around, and we have now 17,000 telescopes all around the world. That's the map you can see here, which is the activity of the network between 2019 and 2023, for instance. We bring the people to astronomy for the beauty of the sky. We bring them to enjoy watching the galaxy, the nebulae, the comet, right? But
Yeah.
ultimately, at Unistellar, we were very interesting as well to bring a scientific perspective to the project. So this is a reminder for those who don't know yet, but we have created a large network of digital telescopes that connect together and observe the sky to produce scientific results. And this is the partnership with the SETI Institute. And with this partnership, we basically broaden our partners with NASA, but also the Observatory de Paris, Charles University, and other institutions who are interested in astronomy and want to conduct a specific scientific project. And they use this citizen astronomer time to acquire data. You take your telescope outside, you press 2-3 buttons after visiting our website, and here you are. You are detecting a transiting exoplanet from your backyard. You are seeing comets, for instance, like the comet 12P Pons-Brook, which was a very interesting comet. I don't know if you remember in 2024, beginning of the year, it was very bright. It has this extremely weird shape. People call it the devil comet because of that. In fact, it's probably a very irregular comet in composition. And as it was coming close to our sun, instead of following the boring blue line here of brightness versus time, it has this kind of gigantic outbursts, like eruptions, which is what you see here. Those data points are coming from our network. We have thousands of observations of this comet, and from these thousands of observations, we have been able to derive the number of outbursts, for instance. And this is the power of citizen science and having a network of telescopes connected, capable of doing this kind of observations. So that's Unistellar Citizen Science Program, and now we are basically developing SkyMapper. So SkyMapper is an evolution of the classical citizen science. We're basically here putting citizen science on steroid by bringing technology such as the centralized network to connect together professional but also amateur astronomers, so people can see all the sky all the time. It's based on 3 main principles or movement, the way you want to call them. One of them is decentralized science. And the idea of decentralized science is that science should be outside universities. Science should be everywhere. Everybody should be participating to this idea of understanding phenomena and participating to collecting, recording data. And for this to be truly possible, we also need some gatekeeper. And one of them is to be able to make sure that the data which are collected are real observations of a comet. Nobody make a fake image of a comet and send it to an AI and generated a fake observation, and then astronomers spend hours and hours trying to understand it, for instance. This is coming. It's already happening, in fact. We want also to be able to trace where the observation come from, be able to know who took it and when, and make sure the data have not been altered and modified. So for this reason, we're using the blockchain technology. And then we have DePIN. DePIN concept is this decentralized physical infrastructure. So an hardware, an object, telescope, a sensor can connect to a network and distributed network. And this object is owned by someone. It can be a watch, it can be a phone, it can be a telescope. And data acquired by this device can basically be shared onto this network. So we provide a gigantic database of observations. And because once again, we're using the Web3 protocols, we will know where this instrument is from. We know who took it. We know that these observations are real because we have a system to validate it. And then the last part is networking science. And that's basically building a net from this network of decentralized physical telescopes. We want to be a ball to do this, to do astronomy, to collect observation, to be able to send a request for observation, to be able to share observations. And there is also an incentive that is being built. It can be gamification, it can be a token, it can be real money, but it needs to basically networking science. You have, because you spend your time and you make your telescope available to the platform, you should be rewarded somehow. And that's what we're building with the SkyMapper network. So we have we have started this project recently, as I mentioned, and it's now the right time to do that because we have all this network of all these robotic digital telescopes. Unistellar was the first one, but there is more of them. Other brands has been developing their own telescopes. So it's the right time to basically start building this infrastructure. Our goal is to have thousands of telescopes in the year 2026. It's very ambitious, connected, and also have all these 100 of 0.5 to 2 meter telescopes, but also all sky camera that I'm going to discuss with you here. This schematic here show the way this network works. It's a decentralized network in a way that the data are going to be also stored in different area of the network. The compute is done by what we call the sky bridge, which is a device that we created that is capable of controlling a telescope, controlling a sky camera, doing some analysis as well, validating an observation. And when you're not observing, the sky bridge will be also doing compute for the network. So this is providing basically an activity of a network that will be also extremely resilient. You cannot turn off the SkyMapper network. If there is enough compute, the system will run. You can damage it, but it will be also, it will be impossible to stop it. As well, the data are on the blockchain, so they're safe. They're traceable, but they're also safe, and they can be corrupted, and they can be basically hacked. And that's a very important part for the future of science, to be sure that your data are real and have not been modified. So I'm not going to give too much the description of it, but we have developed already the Sky Viewer, which is a platform. We have more than 14 telescopes today connected to the platform. This is an example of what you can do. So we select a telescope here in Austria, in Vienna, and using this telescope, we have been able to observe M27 in this case remotely. This is observation that I took from California. Using the blockchain technology, we have a very efficient network. It basically has an excellent bandwidth and a small latency. And you are sure that this observation truly comes from this telescope. We have done scientific observation as well. This is the Comet 2024 E1. I keep forgetting this name, but it will come back. Weerschoss. It's a bright comet. You can see the comet here on every observation taken by remotely from our network. Right now, observation needs to be requested manually by a human being, but in the future, and in fact today, if everything goes right, we will be able to have automatic observation taken, meaning that I will basically have an API and I can enter observe 2024 E1, get me 100 of observation tonight, and I will have the network, the brain of SkyMapper that will identify which telescopes can observe this comet and take observation. So we have a large coverage of the activity of this comet. And this is the kind of report as a user, by plugging your telescope to our platform, you will get every morning when you wake up, basically a report describing what has been done with your telescope, and also a token, which is basically will have a value as we progress in the future, based on the number of observations you collected and the availability of the telescope and the sky quality you have as well. And this is an incentive to have people making the telescope available to the community. So one investor told me that. So we are the Airbnb of astronomy in this case. So we have done science already. We just started, as I mentioned, and we have here Virchow. So you see those 4 points here as basically the measurement of the brightness of Virchow. It's very compact because we have 4 consecutive points. But the idea is that you can think about the future. This is what the future will be with our API. You can have thousands of observations, so we'll be able to monitor the activity of the comet. And if something happened in the comet, brightness, and outburst or something, we will be able to send this alert to other telescopes in the future. So we're not doing only telescope, we are building as well enclosures. We are also doing what we call the sky sphere, which is an all sky camera. With the same idea is that you buy this instrument, you put it on your house or your backyard, and it records continuously what's happening in the sky, and we'll be able to store the data on chain and be able to detect meteors, thing flying in the sky, and alert in case of something unusual happening, for instance. This will basically be doable using, of course, AI agents, which are going to do some kind of first analysis for us and wake up the human being only when something very interesting is happening. And that's one of the first example we have with the sky sphere. You can see here, this is the detection of a drone that we flew in Sacramento, where we have this drones, very tiny drone detected 200-meter altitude. So we'll be able to do this, to do meteors, birds, etc., etc. So there is a lot of application for this instrument. And as you can imagine, since I work at the SETI Institute, we're extremely interested in unusual things happening in the sky. So one day, maybe we will detect something unusual. We can call it UAP, you can call it whatever you want. But the point here is that this observation will be stored on chain. So we'll be sure that it's a real observation which has not been modified, no alter. It's not a shaky video taken by someone with a cell phone and process or modify using a software to add some details, for instance, like we see too much now on the web and on social media. We're really trying to build an infrastructure that provide real scientific data and accurate data. And I will finish here saying that, yeah, we in 6 months, we have built this first Web3 powered robotic astronomy telescopes. We are collecting, aggregating slowly telescopes. The goal is to have 300 by December, 1,000 mid-2026, and have around 5,000 sky camera capable of observing the sky above our head. And this will be hopefully the first truly network sky, the true network of capable of observing all the sky. So you can join us. We are, as I mentioned, going to bring more telescope to the platform. We're discussing having compatibility with other systems such as Nina and others. We have a store that just opened at skymapper.io. And yeah, we are looking for partners, university, professional astronomers to collaborate and grow this network and make it like a game changer for the future and especially for the young people. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, very exciting. I hope to have a Sky Mapper system in my backyard. So
soon. Marcelo has a question. Yes.
First of all, nice to meet you, Frank.
Nice to meet you too.
And thank you for the support that you gave for us, that sending Unistellar for us. From the partnership with the Astronomers Without Borders. This changed everything that we do here. It's a fantastic technology, and we even ever that the weather allow, we use the equipment.
Ah,
Thank you very much. And this is a fantastic project. This is a fantastic project. That is something
thank you.
amazing. That I
Thank you,
hope
Marcelo.
that one day we can join.
Yeah,
And something that I think that is important for us also is the sky sphere. To have many here in Brazil to have to look this sky at night, looking for these objects that came from space here. Thank you. Nice
thank
to
you.
see. Nice to see.
Nice to meet you too. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much. We are moving on to our next speaker, and that would be, do we have John Schwartz here? Let's see. Yes, John. Hello, John. There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. A little windy up here tonight.
Oh, yeah?
I'm at Mount Pinos and
Oh, wow. Nice comet over your shoulder there. That's great.
Yeah, it's a good view tonight. Very wonderful evening after the storm finally blew through. But you can see the comet right here in the background.
Yeah.
And it's just about to set. So it's setting just in time for me to put together my presentation and celebrate the life and the memory of Jane Goodall.
Yes. Yeah.
And all the accomplishments and everything she's done for humanity.
Oh, yeah. And Jane Goodall also liked to. She was a stargazer as well. She didn't have a telescope, to my knowledge, but just before she passed on, a donation of a telescope was getting to her, and sadly, I don't think she had the opportunity to actually use it herself. Jane traveled 300 days a year. Even at 91, she was traveling 300 days a year. And she would spend a couple of months at home in England, and then she would be back off, encouraging people to donate money, to save the environment and to enlighten kids, to give them a sense of hope that they would be able to do things to make the world a better place for themselves. So so it was my great privilege during the last Starmus event to be a temporary MC, and the first person that I was supposed to introduce was Jane Goodall, and
Wow.
I was so nervous. I learned that the night before that it was supposed to happen, and oh my God, I was so nervous. And then I got up and met Jane on the flight over as well, and I was instantly comfortable around her, and it was really just beautiful to meet her and talk to her, and everything that Dave Eicher said about her was true, and but just her talk, her the lens of which she looks upon life, of positive change, is something that absolutely made me think of things much differently myself. I'm typically a very positive person. But the people that came on after her, talking about scrubbing carbon out of the excess carbon out of the air and out of the soil, and all these things. The people working on fusion reactors, they're able to now sustain fusion reactions longer and longer, we're going to get there.
We're
And
close.
yeah, and seeing environments change for the better. It is happening. If we want it to happen, we can make it happen. We just have to decide. And so it's not. It will never be too late. So
No, I
yeah,
have to agree. I mean,
yeah.
so many things are starting to happen new and, advanced things that we once saw in TV
Not
shows.
only the technology, but I was watching a program about Tahiti. Tahiti started protecting sharks, around their islands, and so within just a few years, I mean, shark species that were on the brink of being listed, as endangered, are now thriving in Tahiti. So a lot of people would be nervous about that, but I think sharks are fascinating creatures, and so the Gombe Reserve, which she saw just nearly devastated, has now been, one person making one small contribution, just one, can change the world. So.
Wow, that's beautiful, Scott. That's quite a send-off. I mean, I never got to meet her, but I used to watch a lot of things about her. And
You should watch her more. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
I know now.
Watch the documentary called The Hope,
Okay.
with Jane Goodall. It's on. You can download it on Apple TV, or I think you can watch it on several different streaming services right now.
Okay, well, let me begin. So tonight, beneath the vast silence of the stars, we pause to listen to the ancient whispers of creation that still move through us, echoes of the same light that gave birth to every star and every soul. As we turn our eyes to the heavens, may we carry her spirit forward as messengers of the dawn, continuing the great story of creation written in light. It's a nice.
Wow, it's wonderful.
So, even in death of a star, stars are born and they die. And when some of the explosions are big enough, you can get new stars born and echo new life throughout. But for instance, this is NGC 6826, the blinking nebula. It's supposed to blink, but in my big telescopes, it never does. It's just steady like that. And this one resides 2,000 light years, pretty far away in the constellation Cygnus. Then we have the Crab Nebula. So life can be spawned out of an explosion this big. This nebula is pretty far, 6,500 light years away, 11 light years across. So if you can imagine the size of that explosion, I mean, there's plenty of room for new stars to be born. And it might not be typical life that could survive with the amount of radiation there, but it could be some form of microbiological in an undersea ocean frozen. You never know. This is a typical view of what it might look like from an extremely dark site using a 30-inch f5 Newtonian, 10 millimeter ethos, roughly 381 power. So that's a nice telescope view you could see, sketch. This was just another night at my parents' ranch up in Solano Verde. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's a beautiful area up north. And one night the moon was setting. So this was my sketch inspired by my view that night on my parents' property. It was just a stunning night. The moon was illuminating, echoing the light from the sun to our planet Earth. Kind of cool. This is a night that I had. It's called the Hunter's Moon, setting over Simi Valley, a sleepy little town where I live. on top of the mountain. There's a
That's
beautiful
beautiful.
cross. You
Yeah.
can see all the people sleeping in their city lights. This is 2 a.m. And that's when I do my best work, when everyone's asleep.
No interruptions.
Yes. Getting a little closer to our home. This was an event we just recently had, which was called the occultation of the Pleiades with the moon. The Pleiades is a open cluster, very favorable one. I think it's Messier 45. And that resides 444 light years away, which is quite far. And the moon, of course, is 240,000 miles roughly. So to capture the distance difference, it's pretty hard, but this is what you can do with the new improved digital format. Same drawing. Now I brought it to life. So that was an event we just had the other night, the Pleiades occultation. The moon had covered the Pleiades and moved right through it. See the granular texture of the moon? Gives it a nice perspective against the airy disk of that star. Sorry about that. This is Crater Gassendi, another example of my style.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful.
And that was done with a Newtonian telescope, an 8-inch f6, on a very steady night. Looking out my window in the mornings, I get to see Venus rising and moon rises in the evening. This is an example. This was a beautiful morning. The clouds broke. We've been having some pretty nasty weather these days here in Southern California. Not compared to the east, of course, but for us, it's a lot. And the clouds break up and I get these beautiful views of Venus rising through the palm trees. And then when you take your telescope and look at that little dot, you wonder, what is that dot? Everybody asks me, and I say, that's Venus. So now I've inserted an image of what it looks like when you use a specific filter and you have extremely good seeing. This is what you can see on your best view of Venus, is that kind of cloud detail. Then the sun came up, of course. Had to do another sketch, but this is just another version of the same event getting later in the day. The Rattan 47 filter is a 48 millimeter filter that you can get if you want to see this kind of detail. And you can screw that onto a 2-inch eyepiece or a 2-inch to 1.25-inch reducer on your focuser, and you can try for yourself. Yeah, I think these filters are anywhere from $29 to $100, depending who makes it. The color ones are usually cheaper than the broadband, but this is an example of the filter used to see that detail. And there is the version of what I was seeing. Of course, when I present these, I adjust levels, tweaking the contrast and clarity so I can get a better view of the example of what I was seeing. So at the best moments of seeing, when the clarity is very good, this is what you'll get to see, these fine, wispy little cloud bands on the not on the surface, on the surface of the atmosphere of Venus. I believe it's sulfuric acid, right, Scott? Is that what that atmosphere is?
I don't remember, but
Something corrosive, I know that.
Yeah, very corrosive.
But anyway.
And hot.
So now let's have some fun. This is a project I've worked on. I want to take you to the heart of Orion. So believe it or not, you look at the sketch. Again, the clouds cleared, but notice the beautiful Betelgeuse, which is getting ready to explode. And right now it's beautifully red against the bluer stars in Andromeda, or not Andromeda, in Orion. So if you look over in the bottom left corner, you'll see that bright star. That's Sirius, the dog star. So you'll see this kind of view pretty much naked eye or with some 20 millimeter binoculars. Now, if you up the aperture, let's go to like some 10 by 50s or 16 by 70 Fujinons. Now you can zoom in and see the little Orion in there.
Yes.
It's just now starting to come into view as we go closer in, step by step, to our next version. Now you're looking at what a nice 6-inch f8 triplet carbon fiber APO would do from Explore Scientific. This is getting detail. I mean, even with that little scope, you can see the trap stars. You see them?
Yeah.
And little baby stars just starting to reveal. I didn't use a lot of power because I was planning to scale up with aperture. So I get a better resolution as I go. So now we'll move up to what an 8-inch f6. It's a very nice tube that I have. This is what you would see with either an oxygen O3 filter or a light pollution or even a DGM NPB filter. They're all very good filters and work very well on Orion. We're just getting a little closer now. Too close. Now, this style is a little different. It's been cloudy, so I couldn't really get the realistic. So I went a little avant-garde here and showed a little bit of the contour with the lines showing the flowing movement of the clouds. Kind of like an MC Escher, but see the trap coming in. We're getting closer. Don't worry, I'm going all the way in. Now we're getting close. I would say we're getting very close, probably 13,000 light years in now, just about there. Then we go the full Monty to 13,400 is, or yeah, 13,444, something like that. Boom, we're in. So now you're literally inside the trapezium. Any closer and it's very dangerous because those stars are burning so hot and the radiation coming off of those things. You really wouldn't want to get much closer than this. So that was my trip to Orion. Nearby, we have the Horsehead Nebula, another beautiful object in Orion. I see 434, I believe. And that one's 1375. So they're very close to each other. And they're in the same vicinity with the Flame Nebula. It's a real hard object to capture. This was one of the best views I've ever had. Of course, I use very large aperture telescopes, as you know. Now we have the Swan Nebula, M17. That's residing in Sagittarius. And that's a beautiful object to look at when you're using a filter. It's just incredible. And that's probably 5,500 light years away. And that light's traveling here. And it's a beautiful star-bearing region, also known as the Omega Nebula. It's one of my favorite to look at with a big aperture. The Trifid. So as your last guest was saying how wonderful it is to have this EAA, but the benefit is when you have aperture with EAA, you're on a whole new level. This is an example of a sketch from a Smart Eye, my new eyepiece that I picked up from Pegasus Astro. And what this does is it allows you to do the same thing that the Equinox or those other smart telescopes can do. But if you already own a telescope, you can plug it right in your telescope. So it's kind of a pretty cool tool to have. It's just like an eyepiece, but it's electronically assisted. This is an example of what the color really looks like after the stacks start to build. Now, this is no photograph here. This is my sketch using that and using Procreate, but this is what you can achieve with this eyepiece, the level of color. Pretty neat, huh, Scott?
Wonderful.
This one here, another one. our closest glob, one of them, M4 in Scorpius. When you look at an eyepiece, you notice that bar of stars that come across the middle. It's a little unusual.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know
Yeah.
how well this is a sketch. It's a little, probably not 100% correct, but it's a good example of what I'm seeing. The stars are red too, because it's very old globular cluster. Now we'll just go over to the Sombrero in Corvus. Another beautiful galaxy to look at. NGC 6121, 7,200 light years away. And this one's smaller than the Milky Way, believe it or not. It's a beautiful lenticular. One of my favorites. It looks just like a hat in the
Oh yeah, the sombrero.
Yes. Now we'll move on. This is another example of a sketch. It's not 100% accurate, but when you look through the smart eye, you can get these galaxies really close. And this is NGC 7331. It's in Pegasus. They call it the Deer Lick Galaxy. So if you look in the core, that bright dot off center, we just had a major supernova recorded right there. There it is. And I've been observing it with the smart eye eyepiece. You can also see it visually, but it's not as pronounced. You need a lot of aperture to really see it good. The galaxy, that is. Not bad there. Now we'll go into the more realistic sketch. So this is the twin to our galaxy. If we were to scale our galaxy out and just put them side by side, they would be almost identical in size. And this is NGC 7331 again, in all its glory, elongated just by itself, no satellites. It's like the wings. It reminds me, it's just flying through the universe. I think they are at, I don't know how many miles per second. 800 miles per second, is it, or something crazy? But look at that. And it had a little greenish hue, the supernova. Even that close to the core, it still stood out. Pretty major event. M33, another one of our favorites, very diffused and not always easy to see. You need aperture and you need extremely good seeing. So this is probably 2.7 million light years away in our local group of galaxies. It's in the Triangulum, the constellation. They call it the Triangulum galaxy, M33. And it's basically the smallest of the three galaxies. So you have Andromeda, the biggest in the local group, and then it's our Milky Way, and then you have M33. It's a beautiful face-on spiral. And this is how our galaxy would look if you were looking directly down from the top, as opposed to looking at the side like an edge, like a plate, edge on. That's why they call those edge on. Now we go to Andromeda, our nearest neighbor, a giant galaxy, massive, with
That's very nice.
satellite galaxy. Another representation of a sketch from the smart eye. It's an incredible tool. This was a beautiful view. It's just, you can't believe the amount of detail you see. 2 million light years predicted will collide with it in 2 million, they say, but then maybe it'll miss, hopefully. I always like to finish with a few flowers. And then let's not forget my little buddy Boss.
Yeah.
He's 17 now.
Oh.
So it's hard to take him, but I still do. And he loves lunar observing from my lap. But he doesn't like to sit still. He just wants to go in and eat and sit by the TV just by me. But I can't do that all the time. So,
Right.
but Dr. Boss says, make sure You guys always do your checkups, get your blood work done, do your exercise, eat well, sleep well, and take care of your mind. You know what I mean? You wanna do things, explore every day, keep the Alzheimer's away.
Yes.
Wanna stay sharp-minded, that keeps you engaged, and always remember one thing. When you're down, keep looking up. And you'll see a lot of things that you never knew you could. And it might change your day. So
Awesome.
there's my
Very,
presentation.
very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
We appreciate it.
Yes, I hope you enjoyed it, and more to come.
All right. Great.
Thanks again.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
Well,
So,
Is that
I
Adrian?
don't have much else. Yeah, I don't have much else to
Adrian.
present.
yeah. Hey, Adrian.
Yeah.
I'm on my way home. You can't see me because I'm on my way home from a what started out as a great bowling night, and it turned abysmal pretty fast.
Uh-oh.
But that's okay.
No
And the
300.
big, no.
Did you have fun?
I had
That's
fun
the main thing.
for
That's
a
the main
while.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for a while.
Yeah, and then it just started
Then
going.
it turned sour.
It went
It
down the
turned
wrong
sour,
lane.
but that happens. Yeah. So
All right.
listening to the last couple of presentations
Yeah.
has really lifted my spirits. So
Oh, that's good. That's good. That was the intention.
yeah. So that no, it
You know we
did. So
love you, Adrian.
I appreciate that, John. I love you right back. That was a very inspiring presentation. Well, the one that I heard before that, Sky Mapper,
Yes.
was inspiring too.
Oh yeah.
I loved how they were combating AI, and that's been a topic amongst a lot of imagers and a lot of folks who present images of the night sky, be it deep sky images or sketches like yourself, John, or landscapes. The AI images have come in, bringing things in that are larger than life to create images that may or may not be true. And it's kind of segue into the few images that I'll show tonight. As I was at Okitex, one of the things that I thought about for when we draw these images out, when we we take them with our cameras, we're trying to show what's really there. We do take some liberties with the colors we use to represent the structure. What we capture in the night sky, our camera can capture it. We can't see it, but the camera can capture it and give it a color. And sometimes that color becomes sort of a de facto standard. So like HA, emissions, red, because that's what we've seen assigned to it, even though HA is in it's in a spectrum of light we cannot see. So below
7 nanometers.
What red is. Yeah. What's the name? What is it, John?
I think it's 7 is the cutoff. Well,
yeah. And this is like 6. This is either 623 or something, 6.23 or something.
Right.
But we become accustomed to seeing our images with these colors, and we begin to think those are the correct images or the correct colors for the images. Well, the colors are there to help us visualize what the structure looks like. At a really dark sky, you look through a telescope, you may not see all those colors.
No.
So John, when you drew the Orion Nebula black and white, you were truly showing what you saw with your own eyes.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're in small scopes.
Yeah, and you got the big scopes. So you don't necessarily see color when you look through the scope, but you see the structure there. So like the North American Nebula, you can see that in binoculars in a very dark site, such as Okitex, other Southwest sites, but you see the structure, you don't see the color red that you're accustomed to seeing. So for anyone coming in and, this is your first global star party, there's so much more to learn about what's going on. Even citizen scientists like ourselves. Well, Scott, I consider you a professional and a citizen scientist because you're, you're here.
Yeah, I'm
helping
I'm an amateur astronomer and loving every minute of it. So
and,
I
and
wish
so
I
am
could have
I.
made a living at it.
yeah,
I'd be up all
I
day
do
every
make
night.
a living at it. Yes, so maybe if that
Yeah,
makes me pro, then
that
okay. But I'm not a
yeah.
professional researcher, although I've participated in some research activities. So that's been
On
fun and a
Yeah.
occasion,
thrill. So
on color, color is really, when you think you're going to see this magnificent image through a telescope, it really takes a trained eye to develop your seeing. And through sketching
Agreed.
and viewing, you can see that. But in the big scopes, like sub 25-inch, 30-inch range, you're starting to get the very essence of color, but it's not what you think. Like Adrian said, in a photograph, you get a splendid color that's a real color. You will very rarely see that in an image unless you have access to very big aperture. And your eye, everybody's eye is different too. Some people don't perceive red in their rods and cones may be different. And
yeah, they
Mel
don't see
Bartles,
blue very well. Some
right.
people. Yeah.
So I mean, it's
So,
all a matter of trial and error. I'd agree about AI is crazy because they can make videos now and you don't know what's real and what isn't real. But I always tell everybody, I am the AI.
exactly. So,
Well, AI still hasn't caught up to us yet. Okay, so we're still better.
and as I put this image on the screen, which has been the target of my being of existence, I tried to do a project where I captured the entirety of the band of the Milky Way that we could see.
Yeah.
And what I learned was that as the sky changes color and as the Milky Way changes shape and as the sky changes transparency, you might not quite get everything as expected. So, for instance, when I went to the Orion side and I went to the Perseus side, I didn't have the same success that I did with the core. When I first took this part of the core at the bottom, it was still nautical twilight going into astronomical twilight.
Wow, that's
and
cool.
you can see the sky glow at the top of it as this turned into astronomical twilight and then astronomical darkness. I was still able to get a pretty good image. This is the area in Ophiuchus and Rho Ophiuchi, which the colors are not as highlighted, but the idea was, well, we all take nice pictures of the night sky and we get, how detailed an image can I get with an 85 millimeter camera stitching together the images. These are the sort of things that you get. If you see the zooming in, it really, you can begin to observe your own images.
That's pretty good.
And that's where it becomes interesting. There are some artifacts here right next to the stinger of the scorpion. The cat's paw and the lobster claw show up. Two favorite objects I like
That's amazing.
capturing. And you can see M6, the butterfly, just hanging out there. And there's another star cluster hanging out there too. For me, capturing the night sky isn't just about capturing the night sky. There's structures there. If you capture the night sky well enough, there are structures there that you can observe that are along the line of sight of what we're looking at. And if you capture with enough detail,
is that a
things like
globular?
M22 over here, that's a globular cluster.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
M22.
It's resolved.
Right there.
Amazing.
Yep.
What lens?
Some of the stars. This is an 85 millimeter f1.8 lens. It's not even the L brand, but it gets pretty good focus.
That's crazy.
And so, yeah,
Pinpoint.
Yep. It could get even better. So here's the small
wow, look at that
cloud, and there are NGC objects in there that you might barely be able to see.
Yeah.
And then there's everyone's favorite
Trifid.
lagoon and Trifid.
Yes.
Yeah. Didn't quite come out as sharp, but you can still see there's a couple dust lanes in the Trifid, and you can see the shape of the lagoon. And that's with an 85 millimeter lens. You want to know how big the cosmos is? It's so big you can get detail like this from an 85 millimeter lens.
Yeah.
You must get your focus correct. The gain I used, or ISO, on my Canon camera was 400, and each of these panels was a 2-minute tracked exposure. Now, I don't think we quite get the pillars.
Oh, I could see it.
But
yes,
you can barely see
Dude,
where the pillars are.
We know where they are.
Oh,
Yeah.
There they are.
Yeah.
That's why those Unistellars work good. I mean, really, you don't need a lot of aperture with EAA.
Right. And then there's M17, the beautiful image that
Swan,
you took.
Dude, you got detail.
And there's I think this is a sharpless object here. Now, remember, we were talking about the color. The color is this pinkish color for all of the HA emissions, and there are a lot of them going on. This is our galactic
modify your
center.
camera?
Yeah, I did, so that it would assign a color to HA emissions. And by doing that, you can see where they are. All of the dust here, I think they call this the Sagittarius rift through here.
Yeah, how many
all of this
stars?
dust is here.
Look at the stars. There's billions.
Million. Yeah, and they all try.
Oh, it
and
looks like
show
you
up.
had a satellite. It looks like a
probably did.
geostationary.
Yeah,
Hey, guys.
I probably
Yeah.
did. And then I had a couple
John,
more.
John Ray
articles.
watching on YouTube says, I've always appreciated how Adrian casually shows the universe so casually. Kudos to him from a simple stargazer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll end and I'll let everyone try and guess what that big blob is in the center of the image.
Barnard?
That's also a Messier. It's a Messier object.
Man,
And a hint, if you're
Sagittarius, right?
It's in Scutum, I think.
Is it M22?
So
the bright part.
This bright part right there is the wild duck.
Okay.
And it doesn't quite resolve into it's there's sort of a triangle there because it doesn't quite it can't resolve into all the stars that form that triangle shape.
Right.
But it is there.
Pretty good, man. Yeah, the duck. I've seen it.
Let's see. You've got, and of course, my favorite will end on this
Dark
one.
Horse.
Nope, that's Barnard's E.
Okay.
That's Tarzed and Altair. Notice the star colors here. One of the things I wanted to do with this image was preserve the star color. And I was largely able to do that.
You don't use the Gaia database. You can program the star color to Gaia and it'll give you the exact colors, I heard, but I don't know. I don't do astrophotography.
Yeah, you can, right. If you blow out your stars in an attempt to get all of this data over here, you can put that color back in. My goal was to just get it right the first time, get all the data.
Dude, that is the most amazing.
Whatever colors are assigned.
How many stars?
And I ended up with this.
Jeez.
500 million. Look at all these. It resolves to a bunch of stars.
That's crazy.
And that was the goal of the project. It came out well here.
That
really
looks
quick
incredible.
before we go. Yeah, and that's what you end up with. Now, dark skies help you get this sort of detail over at Okitex. The readings we were getting were anywhere from 21.3 to 21.8. Some really nice transparent skies. The skies were not transparent all the time. At the beginning of the trip and at the end of the trip, they tended to be pretty transparent. What I'll do really quickly is let me share one more image, and I will turn of actually I'll share a couple. I'm gonna share these two. These
Did
three.
you see the Pleiades or no?
So I was able to see the Pleiades. This is what I call a rank amateur's edition of the Helix, taken with a camera, a wildlife lens, 150 to 600 millimeter lens, trying to track for a minute and a half and like 20 of them. And the stars are footballs. And that's why this detail didn't show up the way that it did in Maxie's. If you remember, Maxie got some of this part of the helix, and there's actually more of it. I took the liberty of highlighting this ever so slightly. And this is something that when you make a decision as someone who wants to do astrophotography, if you take liberties to highlight something that's there, you try and determine what makes it look more natural. And you know, we wouldn't be able to see almost any of this naked eye. Although you can see the structure in a telescope in dark skies. You can pick this up. It's colorless, but you see the structure.
Oh yeah, you can see the little tendrils going into the center.
Yeah,
with the oxygen filter.
With your big scope, I know you've seen it a few times. What was I going to say about it? It's amazing to see naked eye without a filter.
It's huge.
At all.
You could say that.
It is huge.
It's huge.
And,
I think it's probably as big as the crab, maybe bigger.
Yeah, and it always brings some imagery. You know, we've heard it called the eye of God.
Yes.
And I say, well, that's the eyebrow of God. And we've learned from deep images that there's more of those things shed from the planetary. It's like it's shedding layers, and with a deeper image, those layers are visible. But you have to get this sharp. Now, this is the other side of the Milky Way. I wanted to share this.
Oh, is that Andromeda?
It's Andromeda. That's M110 and M32.
Yeah, look, you got the.
Look, you got spiral arms.
Oh shoot!
I got spiral arms.
Dang.
That's the full image. You can still see some of the other artifacts from when it tried to stitch it together and didn't quite get it. But there's a whole lot.
It's like a whole sky survey here. So
it is. So yeah, your double cluster, your heart and soul right here.
Yep.
And it's all light.
Yeah, all of this light came in. Here you've got I think that's Capella right there.
Yeah.
I missed the Pleiades. Did I miss? No, there
they
are.
It is.
The Pleiades.
Yes.
We'll get over there in a minute. There's California right there, and you've got structure. 85 millimeter lens stitching all of this together.
Jeez.
And
that's a huge
there you
image.
Go. It's a huge image, and it's let's see, that's the whole thing.
That's really good.
This,
yeah.
Yeah. So this was the
So you need to wallpaper your bedroom
awaiting
wall
the
or something
collision.
with this.
Yeah, you could do that. Now, if I could clean it up so that I don't get these little holes here, they look like black holes lurking. Um, don't know those really are black holes, so I can't. I think they're just artifacts of
They're
my
artifacts.
program trying
I
to
hope
stitch.
they're
Yeah,
not, or we're in trouble.
yeah. I don't know how close they would be, because this is the Perseus arm. The Orion spur is where we actually are below it. So if you see those holes near Orion,
We're in
that's
one.
when it becomes a problem. And lastly, dark
We wouldn't be
skies
able to see
offer.
out if we weren't
Oh, you
in
wouldn't
one.
be able to see out if you're in one. Oh, absolutely. Dark skies offer. There's
Oh,
Orion. You were talking about it. Dark skies, and if you're there at the right time, they offer a beautiful view of the cosmos, even as dawn is trying to break, or as nightfall's coming. This is as dawn is breaking
that's the magical
over Black
hour.
Mesa. There's fog over there.
Right.
This was my best attempt at the conjunction, but I jittered I jittered Venus over here, so it looks like an arrow pointing to the moon.
All right.
This is one of these days I'll get that right. Sadly, the
It's all in the tracking.
2-minute warning.
Yeah.
2-minute
Yep.
warning.
2-minute warning.
It's all in the tracking.
Sadly, Okie-Tex will be happening after this is over. It'll be mid-October due to where the new moons fall, and I won't get to see this scene next time I go. So I actually captured it a couple of different times. With it being a 2-minute warning, we'll just we'll leave you with this scene, the cosmos. I guess in the spirit of Jane Goodall, loving all things nature, looking up. It's our job to carry that on. And recently, I actually stopped and looked at some of these targets visually, including one of the new comets, one of the C-2025 comets that I was able to spot just with binoculars. If you're looking for an opportunity to look at the night sky and don't have a telescope, start with a good pair of binoculars. You'll be surprised at the deep space objects you'll see. They'll look small. Like M13 looks a little bit like a dust ball up there, but if you know where to look, you'll find it. And you'll find another dust ball in Hercules called M92. You'll find M27. It's a great tool.
Right?
Yep, it's a great tool to get you started, and it's a until you get to the telescope or you use your C-star to see what some of these objects look like, and then see if you can find them visually or find them in your binoculars. And you keep going from there. So yeah, if you make great images, use them to stargaze. See what else you can learn about those images, and like what are you looking at that you captured. If you have enough detail, you may surprise yourself with what you can image, what you can actually pick up. A lot of starlight can come in. Dark places are preferred, but if your place is not dark, just do the best you can with what you've got. And whatever is visible, as long as the clouds aren't covering, the cosmos is yours to explore. So,
but the clouds always are there for us,
Well, yeah, clouds. That's a lot of states deal with that all the time. So when it's clear, you try and take advantage.
You do what
all
you
right.
can. Thanks very much, Adrian.
That's it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Take care, Adrian.
All right.
I will.
Our next speaker, if we're kind of moving ahead a little bit here, is Paul Sarowak available. Paul, are you available?
Yes, sir.
There we go.
I gotta unmute myself and turn the video back on.
Turn your video on. Yes, sir. There you go.
And bring up my screen here and share it. I can figure out where'd the share button go. There it is. All right, there's share.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
a
hope
good
you can
time to
see
get
that.
those, Scott. The comets are out early in the morning, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Comet Lemon.
I have to
And
see if I can see it this morning.
yeah, it's supposed to be at its best brightness right now. I think they were saying the 23rd, was it?
There we go. All right. Paul, thank you for coming on to Global Star Party.
Okay. Well, I'm with the Michiana Astronomical Society and several other clubs too. But last year our club celebrated its 50th anniversary.
Oh, congratulations.
And this year we're having our 15th star party. And we're moving back to where we originally started.
Uh-huh.
We were here 3 years, and a couple of our officers and a couple of the people at the park had a difference of opinion on fees, so we moved elsewhere.
Okay.
And
Those
those
kind of things
people
happen sometimes. Yeah.
aren't around anymore, so we're coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's in our star party? Our star party is observing, of course, astrophotography, semi-primitive camping. We have some speakers, door and raffle prizes, and a group picture. And that's the star party.
Are you able to bring in what if you have an RV or a trailer? Is that
Well,
something?
you can bring in an RV or a trailer, but there's no hookups. So
Dry
you
camping.
have to
That's all
supply
right.
your own, which is no problem for me. I could only go probably about 10 days off a battery. As you can tell, I've got plenty of battery and solar and water.
Yeah.
So this is what the skies look like there. They're not great, but they're pretty good. And being east of the
Okay.
Mississippi.
Yeah, we're not seeing your shared screen yet.
Okay. Wonder why. I shared it. Wonder what I have to do different. Okay.
Click the green share
Click the
button.
green share.
And then you
And the
highlight.
share
There you
button.
go. You're starting to share it now. I can see.
All right.
There
Well,
we go. There we
we'll
go.
start again, I guess. Well, we're past that already. So here's the skies there.
There you go. Not bad.
This is looking to the south.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's not great, but it's good. And if you live east of the Mississippi River, it's great.
Yeah.
Because you can see the Milky Way, or at least most of it. Now, where did it? So, what do we have for observing? Well, there'll be some binoculars, of course, and you can bring a scope. And if you don't have a scope, there'll be people willing to let you look through all of their scopes for the most part. Over here, we have a 150 millimeter or 6-inch Apo on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Down to, I believe there's my short tube 80. Here we have a nice 22-inch Dob. That will be the biggest scope there that I know of.
It's a big scope.
There's me doing astrophotography, or at least set up to do it, and a rat's nest of wires. The park we're at has an observing field, and it has 4 concrete pads with power.
Mm-hmm.
It had the Warsaw Club had donated a dome made out of an old farm silo.
Oh, okay. I think that's like for a lot of amateur astronomers back in the day. That was how you did it.
However, earlier this summer, uh, an nasty storm came through, and that silo piece is no more.
Oh no.
So the Warsaw and Michiana clubs are going to get together with the park and a university, local university, and we're probably going to do a roll off,
Good idea.
but we're not sure. The park wants something that anyone can use, which is kind of hard.
Mm-hmm.
But with the 2 clubs, most weekends someone will be available. Said, of course, there is camping, and it's dry camping.
Mm-hmm.
This is the area we're going to be camping at this year. If you use the observing field, you're going to have to take down your equipment in the morning because they have other events going on there.
I
They
see.
have a wedding and people hiking and Boy Scouts, and they don't want to be responsible for equipment. Over here by the pavilion, where we're going to be camping, you can set up and stay set up. And I lost my mouse again. Anyway, here's the pavilion.
Yeah.
The
See.
back end of the pavilion, we have flush toilets and showers for the first time.
Wow, nice.
There's the other end of the pavilion, and down on the far north end, there is a fire ring, and we've got permission to use that and purchase firewood from them. So if it happens to be cold and rainy, we'll build ourselves a nice big bonfire.
Very comfortable.
So we have speakers, some of them professional, some of them semi-professional. Come on. I don't know where my mouse went to. There it is. So we've got Jim Hopkins, who he's a retired Naperville High School teacher and a Joliet Junior College adjunct professor. He's going to give a talk on the interstellar medium and star formation. Dr. Alex Thomas from Notre Dame, characterizing exoplanets.
Mm-hmm.
And Lauren Henderson, who's a graduate student from Notre Dame, on cosmic alchemy, how stars turn iron into gold.
Cool. I like that.
Yep. So that will be Saturday during the day.
Excellent. Now, what does it cost to go to the star party?
Depends if you're pre-registered.
Yeah.
Golly, I got it here. Let me get back to that. We do have door prizes, and some of them are donated by vendors or manufacturers, and our club buys some. And then at the end, we usually take a group picture.
Great.
Where is it? It's Potawatomi Wildlife Park, and it's semi-rural. It's about as rural as we can get out here.
Mm-hmm.
It's come on. The skies are Bortle 4.5 with an SQM of 20.73. So about not quite as dark as we can get, but fairly dark. I don't. This is the entrance to the park. It's a private park.
Mm-hmm.
The dotted line along the left-hand side is Indiana 331. This is the entrance. And we come down here. And down here is the parking lot where we're going to have the star party and the pavilion. And up here is where the observing field is. Can you see my pointer?
Move
Probably
it.
not.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't see it. It's pretty small.
about dead center in the map here is the observing field.
I see. Okay.
And down at the bottom is the Bessemer Pavilion, and that's the star party area. And
So you
if you're
guys have
looking,
do you have a good time being all together out there?
yes, sir.
That's what counts.
Yep. Other activities you can do, part of the park, they have hiking trails, fishing, canoe and kayak rental, geocaching, and letterboxes. They have a visitor center with information about the animals and plants that exist in the park.
Mm-hmm.
And they will also do UTV tours for donation.
Excellent.
And I tried to keep this short. Jim Hopkins, he also does the beginners school at Nebraska Star Party and one of the presentations, Why We Come to Nebraska. So he's an excellent talker and a good friend of mine. That's the links to our club and to the Star Party. Yeah, let me get
Great.
two more things here. Okay. Being Halloween's coming up, I figured it'd be good to show one of my pictures here of the ghosts of Cassiopeia.
Very good.
I see 59 and 61. Is that right?
Right. Very
61 or
detailed.
63.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go get the prices for you. I should know them by heart, but sorry, I don't.
Let's see. Oh, here it is. Pre-registration is adult, non-members $40. If you're
Yep.
an MAS member, $30. And under 18 is free. That's a deal. At the gate, it's still $30 if you're a member. 45 if you're an adult non-member. It's only $5 more. If you can't pull the trigger before then. Under 18 is $10, and a daily pass, $10. Come as early as you want, stay as late as you want, but you can't stay overnight. That's fair.
And
your Saturday night is a public night, so
correct.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. How many people do you typically get on your public
Depends
night?
highly on the weather.
Sure.
On good weekends, we have close to 100. On crappy weekends, between 35 and 50.
I see.
We expanded it this year to be 3 nights instead of 2. So we had to raise the price slightly. There's
A little
some
bit.
grumbling, but hey, our costs went up.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you know what? Amateur astronomy star parties are some of the best deals you can have. I mean, if you go and park, if you have an RV and you go and park your RV at a site, now maybe you have amenities, you know, like you have water and power. But if you're used to dry camping, but you still are paying, okay, I mean, you can easily pay $50 or more a night. Not for the whole time, a night, okay? And this is like, I mean, this is a super deal, you know. So I noticed that too. Like the Winter Star Party, it costs $200 or $300 a night to have your to take your RV down. At the Winter Star Party, you can stay all week for, you know, the cost of the Star Party. So, and you're right there in the Florida Keys. So, you know, for anyone that's thinking about camping, stargazing, even if you don't have a telescope, think about going to star parties because it's the best deal in the country.
We do have coffee, tea, hot chocolate, and bottled water.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, Paul, thank you. And thanks to the Michiana Astronomical Society for taking your time and showing us your star party and telling us a little bit about your club. I did post the link to your astronomy club, and there you can find the Michiana Star Party information. And if you go, you'll meet Paul and all of his friends. So thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, and we will.
Let's see if I could unshare this now.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Here we go.
Okay.
There we are. Thank you so much. And we will be going to our next speaker, who's sending his presentation recorded. So we'll do that. First, we're going to watch this pretty cool program from NASA.
Out past the orbit of the planets, there is a giant invisible shield that helps make life possible here on Earth. This is the heliosphere.
The heliosphere is our home in the universe. We wouldn't be here without it. Our solar system is surrounded by a protective bubble that is created by the solar wind, a constant stream of particles that is being released by the sun's atmosphere and is blowing constantly outwards and protects us from harsh galactic radiation.
The heliosphere is always around us, but it's constantly changing. That's because the sun's activity changes on a natural 11-year cycle, as well as with shorter-term variations. As the solar wind fluctuates, the heliosphere responds.
You can think of having a balloon and it actually expands when the sun's more active and there's more solar wind, and when the sun's quiet, it contracts. And that changes how damaging particles from the distant galaxy get into our solar system.
At around 11 billion miles from Earth to its closest edge, the boundary of the heliosphere is hard to study. Despite its importance to life on Earth, only a couple of spacecraft have flown through its boundaries, and comprehensive measurements of the entire heliosphere are limited. But that's changing with NASA's Interstellar Mapping and Acceleration Probe mission, or IMAP. As a modern-day celestial cartographer, IMAP will fill in the blank spots on the map of the heliosphere and help us understand the fundamental processes happening across our solar system.
IMAP will chart everything from the particles coming out from the sun to the material coming in from interstellar space, allowing us to make measurements which are 30 times more sensitive and higher resolution than we're currently able to do, and give us a very fine picture of what's going on out there.
IMAP is an amazing mission because it's got 10 instruments that measure energetic particles from low energy all the way up to high energy, things that are moving at close to the speed of light.
The spacecraft will be stationed at Lagrange Point 1, or L1, a location approximately 1 million miles from Earth toward the Sun. From that vantage point, IMAP will study our heliosphere in 3 main ways. First, IMAP will map the boundary of the heliosphere using special atomic messengers known as energetic neutral atoms, or ENAs. These largely start as normal, electrically charged solar wind particles traveling out from the Sun. Like all charged particles, these solar wind particles spiral around magnetic field lines in space, like a roller coaster on a track. Eventually, the particles reach the boundary of the heliosphere, where they crash into others from interstellar space. When they collide, they become neutral, meaning they no longer have an electrical charge, and transform into ENAs. As a result, the particles are no longer bound by magnetic fields. This allows them to move in straight lines.
That energetic neutral atom, the ENA, is free of the magnetic field. It's not trapped anymore, so it's free to travel all the way back to Earth.
That's useful because you can actually trace back where they came from. And that's not true of electrically charged particles. Energetic neutral atoms let us map out where these interactions are happening out at the edge of our solar system.
IMAP will use this data to create maps of our dynamic heliosphere.
Second, IMAP will measure tiny particles within the heliosphere, including some from interstellar dust, the leftovers of supernova explosions. Studying these interstellar particles will give us a better understanding of the material floating between stars and give clues about our solar system's infancy.
We'll be able to capture about 200 of those particles in the first 2 years of the mission, which is many more particles than we have ever been able to measure before.
Third, IMAP will measure the source of the heliosphere, the solar wind, in real time. High-energy particles from the Sun can produce hazardous conditions for satellites and astronauts, as well as power grids and infrastructure on Earth. Measurements from IMAP will help us better prepare for dangerous solar particles and radiation that are headed toward our planet.
IMAP patrols around a point about 30 to 40 minutes closer to the Sun than the Earth is. And so as the solar wind comes out, it passes over the IMAP spacecraft and allows us to give advanced warning of what's going on before that affects the Earth.
This information will be essential for the future of human exploration as astronauts venture beyond Earth to the Moon and Mars. IMAP's measurements will give scientists a more complete look at our home in space than ever before. The mission will help us learn not just about our heliosphere, but also about similar bubbles around other stars, called astrospheres, as we search for life across the universe.
The heliosphere is the only astrosphere we can study up close, and in fact is the only habitable atmosphere we know of, so far anyway. So if we want to study other astrospheres and whether they have habitable exoplanets, we need to understand how our own home in the galaxy was created.
What makes me most excited about IMAP is what we haven't even thought of yet, the new discoveries, the new inventions, the new material that will come out of the mission. IMAP is helping us unlock the unknown.
This is why we need to support science. This is why your tax dollars need to support science. Because there's so much more for us to learn, and we need it to enrich our lives. It's in our DNA to explore and discover. So our next speaker, someone that knows all about that, is Professor Kareem Jaffer. Kareem is one of the outreach leaders of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. They are one of the co-hosts of the Global Star Party. So I'll take it away to Kareem.
happy Global Star Party. And thank you to Scott for putting this together, especially with the opening remarks, not just from David Levy and David Eicher and our other co-hosts and Nicole, but also from Jane Goodall. It's incredible to hear from her after losing her. And this is the second time we've gotten to hear from her since losing her, since she had recorded that interesting interview as well. But I still remember the many times I've gotten a chance to read or watch a presentation from Dr. Goodall. And then during Starmus 3 years ago, when I was in Yerevan with my wife and my daughter, and accompanied by Scott and Normand and Ian and so many others, and we had a wonderful time there. And Jane wasn't able to attend in person, but Dr. Goodall had sent a recorded segment, and so we got to hear from her. And I mean, you had the stage, you had the lights, you had the crowd, and everybody was silent so that we could hear her and listen to her message. And it is really a message of hope. And so I'm glad that we're having this Global Star Party. I'm really honored to be a part of it. I'm sorry I can't be there live today. And I talked to Scott and I mentioned that it would be nice to be able to just send in a recording, and he happily said yes. So I hope this works out, and I hope you get to hear a little bit of what's happening at the Rask Montreal Centre. So as usual, I want to start with the land and sky acknowledgement, and we are here in Montreal on unceded Indigenous lands of the Kanakake as well as the Anishinaabe. And we share the land, the skies, and especially the stars, the moon, the constellations, our love and appreciation of nature with the First Nations. And we are just now coming close towards a new moon, which a lot of us are excited about, because with the comet almost visible for us after sunset, with no moon rising until well into the nighttime, if the clouds stay away, we'd have an opportunity to maybe take a look at this amazing comet. It's also the first full moon after the halfway moon, because we have 13 lunar months from spring to spring this year. And so this is now the harvest moon, the mate calling time from the Mi'kmaq, and we get a chance to kind of appreciate this slight delay in what we're seeing in nature, because the moon, the full moon for this equinox time came after the equinox, right? It just came about a week and a bit ago. And this was the full moon on October 4th, our International Observe the Moon night, when we had, well, waxing gibbous, not quite a full moon. Our full moon was on October 6th, 7th. But we got a chance to have an incredible event here in Rask Montreal Centre. So I want to tell you a little bit about what we did. Because we had an event this time around that incorporated music and poetry and constellations activity, and we were able to get some observing out on the field with music accompanying the observing. And it was a Dark Sky Preserve relaunch of an album and a book. And we had partnership with the local poetry association in French. We had the Quebec Writers Association. We had a couple of astronomy societies from my college on Abbott, as well as Dawson College, which I've been mentoring. And we had a music company, Audio Tupi, that set up wireless speakers for us on the field, which was just a wonderful environment. The event itself, we had a moon talk by our members liaison, Nicole Laporte. We talked about our Rask outreach materials, which are just such useful tools, the Planisphere as well as the Moon Gazer's Guide. And then we had two different poets, an English poet and a French poet. And there at the bottom corner, you can actually see the French poet having just recited a stanza. The musician, Louise Campbell, who was the lead of this project in honor of her deceased partner for the project, Ian Ferrier, she accompanied him with musical selections throughout the poem. And so it was incredibly moving. The poetry was all space related, and it really actually harkened back to the memories of the total solar eclipse, of Challenger, of growing up in the space age and the race for kind of supremacy of space. And my wife and I just finished caught up with For All Mankind. And so this was really kind of dominant in my mind, all of these different sensations and ideas of exploration of space. And we had a full house indoors, and you can see outdoors there. We had a lineup at the windows watching from outside while there was music playing on the speakers in the background. And then when we had the observing happening on the field, we also had a constellations activity. And this constellations activity, I think I might actually do a segment on this at some point, because it allows us to not only talk about the constellations and the shapes that we might see in the stars in the night sky, but it helps to differentiate what we see based on the amount of light pollution that we have as well. And so we had star fields made by the students representative of sections of the night sky on October 4th, 2025, from our vantage point here in Montreal at 9 p.m. at night when we were actually going out. And then we were given a selection of those star fields poked into coffee filters, basically. And so the top layer would show all the stars that the students traced out, with the darkest or brightest stars being the darkest points, and then the next layer a little bit less, and then the next layer only had the brightest points shining through. So it's almost like the degrees that you would see of the light pollution and the skies that you would see at different Bortle levels. And then we had the individuals, the participants, I wanted to say kids, but it wasn't kids, it was of all ages. And they looked at the star field and they tried to trace out shapes that they might see and create their own constellation stories. And then we colored them and used a little bit of a water base to have that coloring create almost an auroral effect. So that was kind of a neat little setup. And then what happened is the actual tracing of the star field into constellation stories created a background that almost looks like a mural. And so we've been able to preserve that, and the group that does this, the artistic side of it, is looking to put that into some sort of a album of the images of this type of an activity. So I thought that this was really wonderful. And it coincided with the fact that we have had some incredible aurora to see here in North America. We've been fortunate the sun has been active on nights when the aurora actually does seem to come through the clouds. So this is one that I took a month ago as I drove back from Ottawa with my wife, Karima, and we realized we were seeing some colors in the night sky. And so we pulled off to the side and the sky just bloomed. And it was wonderful to get to see the aurora together, which we had gotten to see little snippets of it through the clouds a few times last fall. But on May 10th, 2024, just after a month after that total solar eclipse, we had gotten the incredible night of aurora. And so it was wonderful to kind of revisit that together. This all came a week after our keynote public lecture, the Townsend event, and this is available on our RASC Montreal Centre YouTube channel now, youtube.com/RASC Montreal. Hellish Worlds, The Science of Lava Planets by Dr. Lisa Dang, who is a professor at University of Waterloo. And what was really neat about this was not just the topic and the amount of time that Dr. Dang spent with the audience answering questions afterwards, and just it was a wonderful approach to really explaining how we study exoplanets and what sort of information we can get off of exoplanets. But last summer, she'd actually taken on one of our John Abbott students for a research project. And Kevin Chen, during this research project, got a chance for the first time to really kind of just work with space data. And since he came back from the research project, I've chatted with him a few times. He actually came out to one of our balloon adventures. And so on October 4th, the International Observe the Moon Day, during the day, we had the CAFTA competition here in Dorval, Quebec. Kevin, 2 days before, I realized that for the research category, he could actually present his work. So he brought his work, he printed out a quick poster, some of the graphs that he had done, and then that morning he programmed a simulation to try to show how the winds would work on a hot Jupiter and what sort of data we could actually try to image off of the spectrum that we could get off of the James Webb Space Telescope. So that's Kevin on the right, myself at the back, and then on the left there is Carl Petra. And Carl is one of our RASC Montreal exec, and he was the keynote speaker for this event. We had a lot of our RASC members joining us there, including our exec, our VP, David Schumann, our former president, Paul Simard. Carl's talk had a huge audience, and unfortunately, I had to leave a few moments before his talk began because I had to run and set up for the International Observe the Moon Night. And the CAFTA competition includes different categories, but one of the categories that the judges decide is the Fred Clark Award. And that's only given on certain years, and it's given to an individual who they feel has contributed to either the instrumentation or the astronomical development of research or observing in a meaningful way at the amateur level or at the educational level. And they decided to award me the Fred Clark Award, and that was a complete surprise. And so this is Pierre Tournay, who is an incredible telescope maker, adjuster, optician. He gave a talk a while back on optical defects, which was just incredibly detailed, technical, but approachable. Pierre was a long-time lead for the Hudson Loonies, which was a group of observing moon sketchers as well. So Pierre was one of the judges this time around, and so he awarded me the Fred Clark Award. And then at the same time, because I had to leave early, they decided they wanted me to have one of the door prizes. So I was able to get this incredible rendition of the Orion Nebula. So that's now up in my office at home alongside the Galaxy that I got as a door prize last year, or 2 years ago. So just an incredible day all around. This coming Monday on October 20th, I'm working with the University Lowbrows and the RASC Montreal outreach teams, and we're going to be doing a workshop for the clubs as well as for some of the other clubs around the Great Lakes region and some of the student clubs here in the area. And we're going to be showcasing how to make images like that M24 image and accessing the MASS database to do so. So you can see there two of the examples of images of the Southern Ring Nebula that were put together by our team of hosts, including Adrian Bradley, who you heard from just shortly a few moments ago. And so we're really looking forward to this. And Adrian did an incredible job pulling out those tendrils of gas, but lost the star structure in the middle. And Nadir Dow, our outreach consultant at RASC Montreal, got not just the stars in the middle, but also the relative colors of the stars kind of highlighted, but wasn't able to pull out the gases on the outside. And so we're going to talk a little bit about these different techniques, and it's all using free software. So we're going to be using GIMP, as I try to do for these types of workshops. And so this citizen science workshop is being done on Monday, October 20th for our RASC Montreal Center, University Lowbrows, and a few assorted interest guests. If you're interested, just email me, montrealrasc@gmail.com, and I'm happy to send you the information. And then at RASC Montreal, we've got our spooky nights coming up with my John Abbott College Space Club students. They run those Halloween activities. We're going to be doing on a Wednesday night this year because Halloween falls on a Friday. And it's just a safe way to do activities for Halloween for little kids, but especially for the ones that are interested in space. So we do all sorts of cool animated activities of, moon drawing, planet building, rockets, landers, all of that. And it's a fun night. And it's the first quarter moon, so if it's clear, then we'll set up telescopes outside to share the first quarter moon as well. And then our next public event before the Geminids meteor shower is going to be on Saturday, November 29th. We have Space Places 2. David Schumann, along with our social media director, Alexa Williams, who's a student at Bishop's University in physics and astronomy, they did a trip down towards the Kennedy Space Center, stopped off in Washington, D.C., saw a bunch of rocket launches, videotaped and photographed them, and they're going to be sharing their entire journey with our RASC Montreal audience. So that's what we're up to here at the RASC Montreal Center. I hope to be on the next Global Star Party and even bring one of our youth members from the RASC National who's been working with me on a project. So I'll keep in touch with Scott for that. Again, thanks for including me in Global Star Party 175. I'm so happy that we've been able to continue these, and I look forward to seeing you all soon. Wishing you clear skies, amazing views of the comet, of aurora, of the moon, of all things that interest you, deep sky. And Scott, back to you.
Thank you, Kareem, for that wonderful presentation. We're going to finish off the 175th Global Star Party with a really wonderful visualization, new one from NASA about black holes.
One of our favorite questions that we get all the time is what happens when you fall into a black hole? It's a fascinating question because it gets to all of the cool, weird, wild things about black holes, but it's technically a hard question to answer, especially with the visualizations.
The key to creating this visualization is scientist Jeremy Schnittman at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center.
All of the ways that we model black holes with math and equations and computers, it all kind of falls apart at the edge, at the event horizon, because everything either goes to 0 or infinity, and it makes it really hard to solve the equations. So this year we wanted to try to solve that problem, to get around all of the mathematical challenges at the event horizon and take those cameras and take those visualizations inside. It was all this new physics that we were exploring, and that's what we do as scientists. We love to go beyond and learn new things.
Jeremy's computer code applies the laws of physics, including relativity, to individual photons and tracks their paths.
To get really just the photons that hit the camera, we have to go backwards in time. We start with the photons at the camera, and then we just follow them backwards to see where they came from. Fortunately, all of the equations of relativity and physics in general are time reversible, so they can work basically the same forwards and backwards. But if there's one place in the universe where they don't behave so well, it's at the event horizon, because things don't go forwards and backwards across the event horizon. So those kind of conceptual things had to be really careful and think carefully about. All of this, of course, starts with just brainstorming and a storyboard, kind of hashing out what this might look like and what we hope it will look like. Then we have to try it again in kind of low resolution to get a couple more sophisticated snapshots to see how it will look. And it's an iterative process that both involves the technical problems that I'm trying to work through, figure out, oh, well, this isn't working because of an equation, and then feeding that back through the artists and the communicators that will help say, well, this isn't working from a story point of view.
Jeremy worked with astrophysics science writer Frank Reddy and video producer Scott Wiesinger to refine and construct the final videos.
That's really one of the parts of the problem I like the best, this teamwork between the technical and the narrative part of it. I got to really invoke my Kip Thorne interstellar physicist artist combination, right? The strict physical reality is that the camera's just going faster and faster as it gets close to the black hole, which would make it realistic but very difficult to watch. It would just go zoom and you're done. And of course, all the interesting stuff happens at the zoom, at the end. This is one of those places where you have to choose between the strict physical reality and the fact that you're really trying to tell a story. So we had to take our artistic license and slow down the camera to help share that exciting experience. To get a feel for what it's going to look like, we start off with a low resolution image, or maybe a few snapshots. And that sort of level of calculation is not too difficult to do on a laptop computer. Try it, it doesn't work. Try this, it doesn't work. Fix this, it works. Okay, now that we've got something that basically works, then we need to ramp up the resolution, make a whole lot more frames. And at that point, the laptop computer is really not powerful enough if we want to make this video in less than 100 years. So at that point, we essentially take the same computer code and port it over to a supercomputer that can run many calculations all at the same time.
Jeremy loaded his code on the Discover supercomputer at Goddard. With 213,000 cores, Discover can process code at 8,280 trillion floating point operations every second. Data scientist Brian Powell helped load and run Jeremy's code on Discover. The initial run required about 10,000 CPU hours and generated 10 terabytes of raw data.
It's a different job for each frame, right? We're making one image, and that takes a few hours, but then we have tens and tens of thousands of these frames to make the movie. And then the last part is the Discover generates all of these numerical files, just lists of numbers, and I have to pull those back and convert those then into images. So I have a couple of the last steps of converting just raw numbers into JPEG files of images, also just running on my personal computer, because that's where we can kind of play around with them and preview them in an easier way. Putting all that together, we would find some weird properties, and you have to go back and figure out what the problem was, work it out again on the local computer, and think you've got it fixed, and put it all back through the Discover cluster again.
To show everything an observer might see on the trips into or around a black hole, Jeremy generated 2 map projections of the entire sky. One worked within standard 360 options, and the other, called a mall-wide projection, is often used to show the sphere of sky from astronomical observations.
And then there was really a third one that we worked on, which was the zoom-in, right? So we also have these zoom-in frames that are, I would say, more like a conventional camera, a small field of view right in front of you. And that was great for picking out some of the really cool relativity features like the photon rings. As we both zoom in with the zoom-in frames and physically zoom in, bringing the observer closer and closer to the black hole, you get closer to this really cool feature of the black hole called the photon ring. And this is where light gets bent by the black hole 360 degrees around. And then beneath that, there's another set of photons that got wrapped around twice by the black hole, 3 times. Like, it just goes forever and ever, ring after ring after ring, as we skirt that critical surface, getting closer and closer to the event horizon and the singularity. We're seeing more and more of these light rings, and also copies of the accretion disk and the galaxy get bent around and around the black hole, and we're going to see more and more copies of basically the entire sky. Every loop around is another copy of the galaxies. And now we're almost hitting the singularity in the front, and everything just right at the end.
Even for someone as familiar with black hole physics as Jeremy, watching the new visualization led to some unexpected discoveries.
Completely genuine surprises. We see at some point, very close to the end, we see like the sky almost shrinks. And we figured out that was because of some of these relativistic effects of the whole sky getting pinched towards you as all of those photons hit you in the face.
Not all the surprises were welcome. After Jeremy produced the first full batch of zoom frames, a strange jitter was apparent.
These jitter problems were the kind of things that by definition happen at the end, because we only saw them in the really high resolution, smooth videos where you're getting a lot of frames right next to each other. And what we think was happening was that you're basically stepping the camera forward in time by big steps, and this part in between those steps wasn't perfectly smooth. So it was like literally the difference between going up and down stairs and going on a slide. And we were taking these steps, almost like jerking the camera